in my eyes, tell me what you don't know. Hey now, put up a fight, I know how I won't let go. Hands out to the sky, we reach for tomorrow. Break down, look at your life, why you wanna be known. Head down, look in my eyes, tell me what you don't know. Hey now, put up a fight, I know how I won't let go. Hands out to the sky, we reach for tomorrow. No, we don't wanna die, we'd rather be alone. Are you the animal, cannibalistic missile, crashing all around? Are you the animal? Do you remember out on a limb, you listen quiet all around? Are you the animal? I'm not afraid of you. I feel we're ready to die. But time is on my side. Feel it going inside me, but you'll never find me. I need my heart to make me moving down to LA, to the land of opportunity. My grandma thinks I'm crazy for giving Hollywood a piece of me. I'm holding my head high, act like the world's mine. I didn't come for nothing, and all I know is I can't let them see. I got no idea what I'm doing. Take it all till I make it all the way. I've been winning, I've been losing, but you're never gonna read my poker face. Take it all
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back here to Reflex Championship. It's me again. You got yourself some Barn Owl, and obviously, I would not be here without the wonderful Ebac. Ebac, how you doing tonight?
You wouldn't. You don't exist without
I
me.
don't. I,
Like,
I
I close
literally
my
don't.
eyes and you cease to exist. That's pretty much how the world is in general. Hello, ladies and gents. I'm Evac, and I'll keep Barnowl in existence for a bit longer, and he'll be quite happy. Not just because of that, because we've got endangered esports up against Volcano esports, which is I'm calling it the unbeaten off. Is what I'm going to call it because we've not seen either of these teams lose so far. Obviously, 3 games played between them, so not too many yet, but especially during the qualifiers, Volcano, they were the team at the very top. They won every single game, 6 in a row, finishing top of qualifiers. And they've only played once so far this season compared to some of the teams who've played 3 or 2. They've played the one. It was a very tough one against Proximity, who are, as we well know from last season, a
We
very
do.
strong team. And they smacked them 7-3. So I'm very, very excited to see Volcano back in action and endangered as well, Barnell.
They've been on an absolute tear, and they've been one of the most entertaining teams to watch.
Hmm.
But we're, Volcano and Endangered, as you say, the unbeaten off. But tonight, someone is going to get beaten off. Someone is going to have to walk away with a loss here.
Hmm.
And we've got some pretty big names on both sides. We've got Sturzy, Angelo, Warden, Almost, and Scipio over on the side of Endangered. These are names that you will know, names that you will begin to become very familiar with if you are new, because these
Mm.
people will be on your screens a lot, especially up in that top left on the scoreboard. And of course, Volcano as well. I mean, that fight against proximity, we've really come into that expecting grand things from proximity because that's what they've shown us. And
Yep.
Volcano really came in, just stomped their foot on the ground and said, "No, we are here. We are very serious." And Reflex, I think, is gonna be a pretty good stage for them to show us what they can do.
Yeah, we obviously don't know. We had the qualifiers to go off in that first game. I'm thinking Volcano, they will be headed, they will be aimed for that top spot in the division. They'll be fighting. You imagine Sam Clan, Proximity as well, themselves on site, who are looking really strong. Those are the kind of top contenders. Obviously, this is the kind of the opposites game because Endangered, they finished bottom place in the qualifiers, finishing in 10th spot. Volcano at the very top. And they've Endangered were mixed during the qualifiers, and they had a rough time, especially against Shikara. I recall that one game where Shikara lost a player and still managed somehow to win. But Endangered showed very good reserve because when they came back, the first game back in the league season, they played against Shikara here on our map today, Clubhouse. Before we go ahead to the maps, we yes, there we go. There's Clubhouse. They played Shikara here and won. And after that huge blow to their confidence during the qualifiers, coming back and winning a 7-5, a well fought game against a strong team in Chikara, that shows guts.
It certainly does, and I think these teams are one of those. I mean, the what they were at Rebel Nation, now Chikara against Endangered was a that like just ready to be part of an anime. The players in the chat are spamming the Godzilla King Kong, and that's
Ah,
kind of what it felt like when we watched them fighting there. But Endangered have been a team that are a little bit more consistent than Rebel Nation, not quite as consistent as people who find themselves high up in the scoreboard like Volcano, but they really have shown themselves to be very capable. And I think they're one of those teams that is going to end up leveling themselves out definitely toward the upper half of the scoreboard as the season progresses.
yeah. And also the other result to mention is their 7-5. Endangered have played 2 games, only the one for Volcano. In Endangered second, they won that as well. Another 7-5, this time on Cafe against Intensity. Now, Intensity, they've been rather disappointing. They did quite well during the qualifiers. They had a good game or a couple of games in there, finishing, I believe, in 7th spot during the qualifiers. But they've started off poorly and Endangered. It was back and forth. It was quite close in that particular game. So not their finest performance last time out, but they still managed to get those points, which is very, very important for them. So this game, it should be quite interesting. Volcano, I think, have the edge, but given that they might be rusty, and also the fact that Endangered have this fighting spirit, and they're quite up and down in ability, today's going to be really interesting, especially as this will be the first time one of them will be defeated during the league season, and neither wants to be that team.
No, you certainly don't, and obviously it's very symbolic, that kind of that first loss, especially as the two of them are storming through undefeated. But I feel like definitely, this early in the season, a single loss isn't going to destroy you, and unless there is a significant amount of mental fragility, I don't think a loss is really going to spell doom necessarily. But it's going to come down to, I think, to consistency. Like you pointed out, consistency has been one of those really important things. If you can keep your strats and keep the energy throughout the rounds, especially in the longer games, that spells an awful lot about how a team can really perform at the higher levels of the league and high levels of competitive siege. This, I think, is going to be a test. I would be surprised if this doesn't go to a 7-4, 7-5, potentially even to overtime.
Well, there we go. You heard it there first. I'm really excited to see this, even on Clubhouse, which is a map that we've grown so tired of by now, so tired of during this season so far. We've enjoyed a bit of Villa recently. We've spread it out, but here we go. We are now live on Clubhouse, and you know what? I'm not even disappointed. These two teams are going to give us a great game. We know Endangered can play it well. Yet to see Volcano on it. This is the first time we've seen Volcano anywhere other than Oregon so far. Of course, it's not too far from Oregon in terms of how it plays out
during this season.
Geographically, it's
we've
really
enjoyed a
quite
bit
far, but
of
as far
Villa
as strategy goes, it
recently.
is fairly
We've
similar.
spread
We
it
often
out,
see
but
very
here we
similar
go.
bands
We are now
coming
quite
out
a
as
short
well, probably a
Clubhouse.
Thatcher and
You
a
know what?
Maverick.
I'm not
Here,
even
the hatches
disappointed.
are
These two teams
so
are
very
gonna give us
important on
a
Clubhouse,
great game.
especially
We know
those
Endangered can play it
downstairs
well.
objectives
Yet
of
to see
Church.
Volcano
But
on it. This is the first
are we
time
going to see something
we've
interesting
seen
come out? A
Volcano
Nomad can
anywhere
often
other
be
than
very, very
Oregon
potent here. These long
so
rotations
far.
can be really quite damning if
Of
the
course,
defense
it's
is pushed
not
low
too
on
far
time.
from Oregon.
Thatcher will be the first one to
how it
come off
plays
the
out.
board. Volcano making sure that no electronics will be dealt with that easily. Here, the hatches are so very important.
Just a
on Clubhouse,
moment,
especially
having
those
technical issues
downstairs.
again immediately. That's a fantastic sign. No, here we are. You can just about see. So yes, we've got Thatcher, Hibana, and Vigil. Now, Vigil, you could say it might be a
No
target
electronics will be
ban
dealt with
towards some of
that
these roaming
easily.
players. We've not seen too much Vigil come out from necessarily either of these teams too much in the past. So I think that's a general ban to make sure that those roams are much, much harder. What is
Well, we have Endangered on the attack first, and they've banned out that Vigil. So I'm really hoping that
I'm just really distracted by this stupid chat in the corner.
I'm
Dear me.
interested by Endangered's bans here. They've banned out the Hibana and the Vigil. They're attacking first and banning the Vigil. I mean, regardless of who's holding him, a Vigil can cause so much problem, and more importantly, slow down your roam clear. And by banning that Vigil, that tells me that they're probably going to try and do that. They want to get those drones all the way across the map and try and secure those areas before moving in, and they don't want a Vigil to slow that down. So that, if they can get on with that and get that kind of clear and that diligence done, I think that that's a really good start that gives me a bit of confidence in how they're going to be approaching this.
Sorry, I'm still having a technical wobble or two. Sorry, Barnell. Talk about these lineups for a moment, because that's quite interesting to me.
Well, as far as the attackers go Endangered, nothing very interesting. We've got the triple soft breach classics. We've got Ash, Zofia, and Sledge. So we've got plenty of soft destruction nades there in the hands of the Brit. We've also got the Maverick and the hard breaching Thermite to try and deal with these walls. Drones coming in now, detecting out these defenders. We've got the Smoke, Jaeger, Maestro, Wamai, and Valkyrie. So plenty of cams, plenty of projectile denial, and the Smoke to top it off. Also a very classic lineup. Fingers crossed these attackers can... Looks like a bunch of them spawning over by the west. The Maverick's most likely going to head to that main breach on the CCTV and begin burning away those sides. I'm interested to see if they do more of a... hard to, and my live feed's frozen. There it is. All right. As the prep phase comes... Oh, I've lagged behind a little bit. We've already had the prep phase. Again, hard to do without a live feed. Okay, I think a delay has been added. I think it's pretty consistent now. So where we are currently, the attackers... Oh, no, and it's up again. It's reaching... I think the stream might have stopped.
A bomb has been located.
Oh, it's... It can't get past like a 2-minute 30 mark. Oh no, okay, I can kind of see what's... Are our mics still live? Are they hearing us go through all this?
Can you guys hear me now? Am I back?
Yeah, you just come back.
See, it seems I had the pre-issues before the issues. See, I'm an issue hipster.
You are an issue hipster. My live feed is atrocious right now. We're at a minute 18.
I've got a minute 4, Barnal, so I'll go ahead with the round.
You go ahead. You're in front of me.
All right, I can just about make out what's going on. 50 seconds remaining. It's a 5 versus 4 in the advantage of Endangered on the attack. They obviously want to get off to a strong start, and they get another man. Sturksy shutting down Robitison. I call him Robit. I'm going to keep calling him Robit. 40 seconds left for these defenders to hold on. There's only 2 of them now, the Smoke and the Maestro. Job as you would want, but not much time to use those Evil Eyes when you're being shot. Fervo taking serious damage and being finished off by Scipio, leaving only Voron. He takes 1, but he takes a crucial bullet to the head from the Thermite to see the round in the favor of Endangered. Now that is a great start to the match from them. Obviously, we missed the start of that round, but from what I gathered, that last minute of play, they had that man advantage by taking out the roaming Jaeger, I believe, of Suspendo, which is certainly what you want to do. He is a menace. And then they got those breaches open. I saw lots of open angles all over the place. The Thermite, I think I saw that it was only the one... Are you there, Barnell, actually?
I am here, yes. I think,
yes.
They've just begun the sick pick phase. Okay.
They've begun round 1. Okay, I'm still behind as well then. Fantastic. Sorry, ladies and gents, but I'll try and keep you entertained with a little bit of commentary. Maybe not the direct play-by-plays, but Barnout. That interesting point is bringing the Thermite. No kind of Thermite Hibana. They did opt for the Maverick. They managed to get the cache and CC breaches open with exothermic charges. So some very effective, unless I was mistaken and that was a Mav and soft breach, but that happened before I could even see what was happening. So
It's in the fragments that I could see, it did look like a Maverick and soft breach on the CCTV wall, but a fairly good split take as the Thermite, and I believe one more, I didn't quite catch who, took over from master bedroom side, and they took construction and they breached across in there and swept through the site, clearing out.
Your audio to me, I'm not sure about everyone else, but you sound like a Dalek, just like a very scary robot, and it's rather intimidating. Of course, Volcano, it's been a while since we've seen them, and that was not the greatest start. Really almost dominated that round, at least in the last minute, by Endangered. I'll hope that they'll hope that they can keep that up. They brought out a lineup very versatile to be able to do whatever it is that they need to do, and it looks like they can do it, so why change?
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
So we're looking at Volcano's defense of the bottom floor now. Suspendo looking up through some vertical holes, try and take out anyone looking towards Repel. Potentially I was going to say Hibana. They don't have Hibana. She is banned out, of course. So no need to do that. He is underneath with impacts, potentially, to try and stop almost if he goes for an exothermic charge. A bit risky on the hatch. You'd expect the Maverick to do that, but currently very little pressure, and very little pressure from the defenders. They've not resisted very much. A very deep sit from these operators. Now, it's no surprise, Volcano, with this lineup. With their defenses, I've noted on Oregon, they love to play a delay game, and they love a little bit of intel. We often see Valkyrie coming out alongside Melusi as well. So a lot of intel-specific operators find out exactly where those attackers are as they push in, and for those late clutch plays from Volcano. Obviously, it didn't work out for them last time.
Oh, Suspendo doing so much damage to Sturksy up through these holes as the sledge begins to open up all of that floor. Suspendo takes a bit of damage back, but that's an awful lot of work done. Maverick has gotten the motor hatch open, so they can consider making a drop here as well. I'm interested actually in the kind of suspender there, making sure that they get that Scipio off the board. There's the Ash gone, and the Thermite follows so quickly afterwards, and Nitro Self flies and knocks it further off, and Endangered massively at a man disadvantage already.
40 seconds remain for this execute. Volcano, they are in a much stronger position than last time. 5 versus 2. There's so much for Warden and Angelo to do. Of course, Warden, quite a strong fragging man on the Zofia, and he's going to have to step up here. Angelo starts things off onto Robit.
You're still a few seconds ahead of me, so you take you.
Oh, sorry. Angelo has been taken out in the meantime, and Warden finished off by Dilly. The SAS shotgun, a great comeback from Volcano, really stating themselves. Both teams having a very strong round each here at the start of Clubhouse. This is exactly what I was hoping to see. Both teams stepping up, and no one looks particularly scared. No one looks like we've seen in recent games from various teams. Almost too much trepidation, too much tentative play. These teams both have their styles, and they'll play in their own style, pretty much. There's not really a fancy way to say it.
Yeah, they don't like to be dictated to. They don't like to have the style
you're so
of
scary, robot man.
Do I sound like that to everyone, or is it just you back?
I don't know. Might be me. Do carry on anyway. It's a nice robot sound. It's just a bit scary.
All right. Yeah, I mean, we're back here up in church, up in CCTV and Cash. Now, again, we're defending the top floor, and while they do have the same lineup, the Jaeger, the Omai for projectile denial, the Maestro and Valkyrie for intel, and the Smoke to top things off, again, we have no wall denial at all.
Oh, you're not a robot anymore. There we go.
You know what? I'm a real boy. And it makes, I mean, they got the Maverick and the soft breach, and they went for that kind of breach on the wall while they sent the Thermite around to master bedroom last time. But really, they could just stop off at the main wall, get a Thermite charge on it, and there's nothing these defenders can do about it. And last time, in the fragments that we did see, it really looked like the attackers just flushed in, made sure there was no roamers, and just applied straight pressure. So the defenders didn't seem to have an awful lot of a plan of fighting outside that breach or doing something about that pressure that can get exerted on you when those things get opened.
Well, Volcano looked like they're going to re-attempt that site. We didn't really see too much of it, only the execute, but it was quite a strong one, to say the least, for Endangered. And they brought exactly the same lineup to bring exactly the same sort of pressure. Angelo taking some damage through the drone hole. Blood spray on the floor indicating that. Thank you very much, Blood Spray. Potentially might be removed soon, apparently, according to rumors. That won't be handy for us casters.
It's true. We can often make a lot of work out of those little hints and clues as what might have happened that we just barely missed. Almost, however, the Thermite is gone off the board, the hard reach massively reduced, and we can see the roaming presence of these defenders is still very, very much, very established. Not been pushed back, not been cleared out like they were last time, and they're going to be able to make sure these attackers can only attack from one direction, which for now is the breach itself. Looks to be one attacker over on the roof on the opposite side, trying to get back to and rejoin his friends.
Yep, this can be a really tough site to delay on. Of course, there's a lot of different areas, but that makes it harder at times to delay across. Of course, we've got Robit and Suspendo off towards the west, potentially to deny or sneak up behind players. We know Suspendo is an absolute menace on these roams. He can pick off so many players, and he's being droned out by Warden. Drone going... Is that coming up the stairs and along, or did that go past him?
I don't know why Warden's drone just came in and hasn't been
He's punching the window. No, he didn't see him on the drone. I thought he had, but Suspendo gets a free knife kill onto Warden. Now, this is something I wanted to note. A key battle today will be Suspendo versus Warden, and he wins out in this round. I'll come back to that later. Sturksy, for now, has taken out Robit in return, bringing it to a 3 versus 4. So with 40 seconds left, Endangered, we know they can execute strongly. Now is the time to do that. The smoke canisters of Furbo coming out. We don't usually see him on such strong supporting roles on the defense, but he's pulling them out to strong effect at the moment as the man count is capitalized upon.
perched on the edge of victory here. 2 versus 4 is so powerful, especially with this crossfire in Garage and Cash. They really need to deal with one of these two sides nice and quickly. Voron here holding that window. He knows the attacker is out there. Does he know where the second one is? They are on opposite side, breaching the window. Something tells me that they're no longer there.
Are you behind?
I've only just caught up to what I think inspired your moans of...
Yes, my moaning and groaning was indeed the Maverick running into that smoke canister. He had very, very little time, and he had to just hope he might survive, or that the clouds might dissipate in time, but they did not, and it was his doom. 2 rounds for the defenders. Volcano getting a bit stronger. They looked a lot better that time out on that particular site. Of course, we didn't get to see exactly what went wrong during the mid, but very good delay. And most importantly, they were extended quite well, and they managed to delay with that, with probably poor drone work. I think a bit slow from Endangered, a little bit sluggish, which we haven't seen so far in this match, and they might have to adjust that now that they go to Jim bedroom.
It did certainly feel that way. It was curious to see, with no wall denial, Thermite used one of his charges on the garage wall to try and flush the garage player, but we didn't see much of a really dedicated garage take. We didn't see like pressuring from the door and from the bay doors, or much utility used to try and flush that location out. And then the Thermite dropped so quickly that really there wasn't much he could do or contribute to the round. And we pointed out at the start of this, Endangered banned Vigil. They made sure that they would not be able to hide from their drones. And in that moment, as we saw, the knife kill coming out, punishing directly. It could not be more. You drone out a location, you move in, you've cleared it. They never checked Jim, and they got stabbed in the ribs for it as they jumped in through that window.
Yeah, a little bit silly. Oh, Xerxes a little bit silly as well, struggling. Well, he's mastered that challenge. Now here's the challenge of Volcano, which is a little bit tougher, I might say. Well, we'll see. We'll see. With the rest of this round, obviously the castle coming out. I mean, look at this lineup. It's quite varied. We know Volcano like the castle. We've seen him pull them out a reasonable amount in the past, usually on an Oregon meeting defense. Here on Jim, he's very useful to lock a bunch of windows. He's locked the Jim window for 1, which will help to hold that breach for Bandit of Dilly. And of course, those frost mats as well, which we've seen feature a lot more recently as well. Oh no, this aggression on the breach. It's so simple. Angelo, you need to be ready for those angles. They are very, very basic. As a Mav player on that wall, you've got to expect it, and he doesn't, so taken out by Suspendo, Angelo at the beginning of the round. Before we get even more into the action, I was going to say earlier, a key battle between Warden and Suspendo. They are actually at the moment kind of being proven wrong. I like to say they're Zofia and Jaeger mains in general. We often see that. Furbo, of course, taking that role this round. But still, Suspendo versus Warden is going to be a key battle because they are both on fire at the beginning of this season. They have been killing it brilliantly.
Luckily for now, they're being afforded the ability to rely on their teammates. Now, the breach itself looks like it has been opened up. Unless that was a weirdness on my screen there. Can we get a slight angle there to see if we actually see the breach itself?
It is open, yes. It's open on the right-hand side.
It is open on the right. Interesting. I wonder how they got the bandit charges away from them. I think probably a nade through the drone hole to destroy any bandit batteries and then open that breach. They do have the ability to access that corridor and showers itself.
Well, Angelo opened it on the Maverick with his blowtorch earlier. The holes he was punished through managed to get the bandit batteries out of the way. Sturksy taking out Suspendo with a well-placed frag grenade, but almost is taken out by Dilly, and Dilly is returned down by Scipio. So 3 versus 3 with a bunch of kills coming out. Scipio has taken a little bit of ground, but he's not really going to be able to use it very strongly. His teammate right next to him shut down by Furbo. Warden takes out the kill in response from outside, but in the corridor, they've lost the Ash again, so it's a 2 versus 1 for Endangered to deal with. This man disadvantaged, and a lovely pre-fire from Robit on the Frost to take out Warden. Those mats not given time, really, to be used because strong play, using the site, not letting those players in at all. Volcano really getting into some form now.
I feel like we never really got close to seeing an actual execute plan coming there for Endangered. We just managed to get the wall open They were standing outside of the windows. They opened a hatch. They didn't do much with it. They didn't really take much of Cash and CCTV side. It really just turned into a bloodbath of a battle from the breach, and then just kind of forcing their way in. Good gunfighting from the side of Volcano, good holding them off, and then good trades really from both sides. Took it all the way down to that 2 versus 1, and it just went in the favor of Volcano. But we see this so often with gym bedroom attacks. There hasn't really been a convincing and consistently successful style of execute. It often comes down to, like, do you clear from one side and then just try and shove your way in, or do you open a breach and then try and figure out how to approach through these corridors? But it's such a tangle of corridors and then long angles from different rooms that it's a really dangerous place to attack from.
Well, we know the basement is certainly a different tale. A lot less messy. I will put usually in italics at the end of that statement because we've seen some absolutely crazy things here in Reflex at the beginning of this season on this particular site for the attack. Volcano bringing out a very strong defense here last time. They are a great team. I brought it up just earlier. Their defenses, I'm seeing consistently from the 2 games that we watched them play so far this season. So not too much to go off, but it's quite obvious they love their delay game, which is really the key to an effective defense. Slowing down those attackers and wasting time, then having that key intel. They love that Valkyrie. They bring her all the time, and I love to see it because they clearly use her very strongly.
And a Valkyrie that has those cams hidden that can persist through the round, and especially be in those positions when it comes to dynamic executes, when it gets to those clutchy moments, having that hidden intel can be so massive. I'm interested to have it on the side of Endanger. We've seen the same lineup for every site, for every round. And to an extent, you can't argue with that. You know, you got all of that soft breach and some hard breaching options. It's a very versatile roster. But essentially, all it allows you to do is access things, open things, and everything else is down to your gun skill. And the moment we're seeing it not quite be enough. When we were here last time on Church, the defenders took it with about 3 kills, I think, fired up through from the Arsenal floor. As the sledge tried to open up loads of ground, he got shot up really hard, the nitro cells flew up, and it turned into a big mess.
A wee bit messy indeed. Sturks is going to use some little cheeky angles from above to try and get the better of some of any players might be hiding inside of Church. Of course, the ground has been taken by Endangered that was given to them. So Dilly being nice and friendly in the chat is always lovely to see. A bit of respect there. Endangered, they've taken the ground. What can they do with it, though? That is the most important part. They have so much utility, as you mentioned, to do so. Droning out is a key part of their utility, sometimes overlooked. Got to make sure they know exactly where they're going. They've been punished for poor drone play in the past. This time they're not going to make such similar mistakes. Robit almost being caught off by a frag grenade, but he just about hangs on, gets out of the way to contest across to main stairs. He doesn't want to let anyone in if he doesn't have to. He's already used his C4, so he cannot use that to delay, potentially, if they get inside of Moto.
Looks like both of Xerxes' nades have been tossed out and unable to get rid of the mute jammers on that wall, so if they can get almost down there, he will not be able to open that. Scipio elsewhere gets shut down as he tries to push down those corridors, and the other defense looking a lot better with 30 seconds left and the man advantage. This is looking really quite dire, and they're only just getting to opening that kitchen hatch.
Ooh. Angelo's been taken out by the SMG-11 of Dilly. Only a few seconds left to execute. It's time now for Warden. He gets one, but Xerxes is shut down by Dilly again with the SMG-11. Very crucial on that mute. And almost is taken out as well in the tunnel. Warden eventually finished off as well. Volcano just sweeping the kills at the end of that round. Left it too little too late, Endangered. It's pretty much what we've been saying. I wrote midway through that round with in regards to Endangered's play. We were talking so much about Volcano and their ability to delay and then be ready for those last-minute engagements and master in that particular area. Endangered, to counter that, they need to be efficient. They need to take whatever ground's given straight away, lock it down, next thing on moving, because otherwise the opposition will punish them. And that is exactly what happened at the end of that round.
Well, and more than just diligent in terms of taking the ground, more than that, they need to be a little bit less predictable. They're bringing the
Mhm.
same ops every single round, regardless of site, and they're using them in very predictable ways. They're not getting a foothold. Volcano are really just so switched on in terms of holding off the various areas. They're making sure that if you want to open a hatch, there's one that impact rate, and we're not seeing anything from Endangered to really counter that. We're not seeing, like, Volcano aren't bringing out anything crazy. There's no massive roam game coming out. There's no crazy use of utility that is stopping them. They're just doing the basics very well, and Endangered are not. They're just struggling to find perches against that slope.
I would argue Suspendo, he's almost trying to do that roaming play. He's had very little to do, as there hasn't been an effective roam clear plan from Endangered on the top floor clears especially. They played it quite tight, Volcano. They've been afforded the ability to sit there, as Endangered really not stepping up early round. I think that is one of their issues. They've looked decent on their executes especially, but it's that mid-round adjustment area. Around 1 minute 30. A couple of plays, a couple of kills could certainly help them out. Struggling, though, at the very beginning of the round, Sturksy falling to Suspendo.
I think we're just about back in the swing of things. You called that only 2 or so seconds before it happened on my screen. I think we're doing fairly well for ourselves.
Close
It's
enough.
bad. It's unfortunate, however, to see Endangered yet again getting the opening death. Suspendo, they're ready to counter on the Maverick, but consciously he's very exposed to the window. He has the drop, he holds the angle, but what a shot from Scipio with the under angle to the Maverick hold. Beautiful play there, with the Warden pinching from the window and this Maverick angle just being opened up, really shutting down Suspendo with really nice team play.
The breach being open now will certainly help them out. Endangered, they look great on their first attack here. A bit wonky on their second attack. Of course, they struggled with that roam clear of the west side of the map, or the west-hand side of the map, as you like to call it, Barnell. I'll stick with your tradition. They need to definitely step it up in that regard. They do a good job in terms of the checklist, getting all the things open they need to. They need to get some kills, though, of course. 4-4, still the man count. They want to get rid of 1 or 2 of these ops.
I'm a little bit worried in terms of what they've managed to achieve, though. We could see through the map there, a couple of drones there moving out for the attackers to try and clear the area. Dilly gets a lovely shot onto the Maverick of Angelo. They haven't cleared out any of these important areas. There's 1 minute and 10 left. They've opened the breach. Great. But most of the attackers are now rotated to get attack from construction, which means the breach is
Noticing
open.
the Valkyrie here coming up behind. They have not cleared out the roam very effectively. There's no Nomad. Now that the breach is open on the site, they've got a good amount of time to execute, but they don't have too much time to clear behind them. If they're not careful, they could really get caught off by this Valkyrie. She is waiting quite patiently underneath, though, potentially with a C4 closer to Lounge to deny a plant if they do get past Voron, but he's not going to let them. He's sitting here with the older, nice and stalwart. 25 seconds on the clock. 4 versus 3. These cross angles are going to be so difficult to overcome. Those concussions from Zofia are going to prove crucial in helping his team with the advantage. It's a 3-man push into Cash. Scipio starts things off, taking out the older wielding Voron. Almost gets another one onto Robit, and it looks like the plant may well go down. One of the supporting players is killed, but the plant is stuck. Now 2 versus 2. Burbo and Dilly to deny. The Ash is down outside. Dilly goes for the aggressive play. He's trapped outside. Burbo to support. He actually gets the kill himself. Dilly with a fantastic play. Burbo with the defuse. Dilly is going to do a little dance outside there. Some incredible improvised play from the Wamai. Now that was a great attempt at an execute from a bad position for Endangered, and it was very close. But Dilly, he has been fantastic so far today, especially that earlier round on the mute and stepping up when his team needs it to take his team to 5-1 at the switch. Now, this is the Volcano that we've seen in the qualifiers.
It's the Volcano that we've seen before, and it's an Oregon that we've seen before. Now, we've spoken a lot in the last...
We've seen Oregon before a couple of times, not here.
We've seen Oregon before, but this is the Oregon from days gone by.
I don't think it is, Barnell.
I mean, the actual strategies being brought out are very standard. I'm seeing from Volcano just really well-practiced, on-form, classic defending. I mean, they hold these angles. Nothing is really playing into any kind of new or innovative play. They're just doing the classics very, very well. I mean, that was a really good effort there from Volcano. No, from Endangered, pushing in, and they really had to. That was because you have to crack the back of Cash and then separate these defenders left over in Garage and the roaming Valkyrie. And the smokes at that point, they were just too low on time.
Yeah, they gave themselves a lot to do at the end, which made it very, very difficult to try and win. Just a little bit more work earlier on, a bit more success, as you were talking about mid-round, would really make that execute easier. They could well have won that round with just a bit more consistent, strong play.
Almost on the Maverick on the main breach, left by himself. If he had managed to stay alive, play a little bit safer, and so he could time any aggression with his teammates.
Suspender pretty much saying exactly what we were all thinking. You do the same thing every round. I mean, he's talking about a particular spot, a particular bullet hole angle, but at the same time, that pretty much sums up Endangered at the moment. Volcano very easily able to predict exactly what their opposition are going to do and counter it well. And I've looked at their team across the qualifiers, and during that first match, their attack has been probably one of their better. I mean, of course, there's only two. There's defense or attack, so it's not one of their better. It would probably be their best part of their play. So I'm worried for Endangered. They've got to step it up here on their defense straight away, almost under some serious pressure.
He's more than almost. He's definitely under that pressure. They push in through from Cash. Impact nades go to try and pull the trick. It's a hard breach we're going down, but Suspendo swings and shuts down the OMI. The drones come out to try and just clarify the spaces. Angelo drops below. Drone, look at that drone. Dilly and Robinson flying down red stairs. The drone preceding the charging Ash. That's a terrifying prospect. Angelo over by Lounge and Bar. Robinson holding off though. Not going to chase the kill. Going to hold there. Make sure the flank is secure while Dilly and Voron can begin to take the ground.
Well, Bonner, much like Endangered, you might want to take a moment and reset because you seem a little behind. But you just might want to just take a moment and relax, get things up to speed, and prepare for the onslaught. Speaking of Robit, oh, I wasn't sure if he knew where Angelo was, but clearly aware. Great either manual intel play from the Ash or droning play from Volcano as a unit. Not as strong there as he's not prepared for Warden sitting on central stairs, so the refrag does take place eventually. Quite a few kills coming out one after another, and suddenly we're in a 2 versus 2. 50 seconds left, though. This is the key difference with Volcano's attacks compared to their opposition is... Oh, I thought Warden was in logistics with Dilly for a moment. That was the strangest moment. He's on central stairs, ready to delay from the corridor. 2 players outside of the site. So the attackers can take in. Of course, they'll be in danger once they do. The smoke still, I believe, with a few canisters remaining, could prove crucial when it comes to this defense. Now, Dilly is trying to stick the plant. I'm sure Warden might have heard that sound as he swings round behind Xerxes. The smoke canisters do the job, and Warden finishes it off onto Suspendo. Lovely play from Endangered. A fantastic pinch of those attackers. I was saying they left the site clear for the attackers to move in. But of course, they're vulnerable, especially when one player comes round from Gym, the other round from Construction. A lovely pinch onto those 2 players. And smoke canisters, of course, being very useful. Sturksy there on the smoke. A fantastic supporting player. Of course, on the attack, he seems to flex his roles a little bit more. He doesn't go for hard breach. But generally, on the defense, rocking that either smoke, mute often. He really proved crucial at the end of that round. Endangered pull one back, 2-5. Are you back with us, Bano?
I'm still with you. I'm about 3 or so seconds behind you,
That's
so most action happens, and you're already talking about it, which is fantastic.
Like it's already like it's happened in the past. Tell it like a story, and then it won't seem out of place.
No, I'll just predict what's going to happen, and then as it happens, and it'll be drastically more impressive.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a really, really nice pinch there from the 2v2. Actually, a really textbook defensive Gym. Like, I think the defense that Endangered wanted to do really worked for them. And even though it fell down to that 2 versus 2, the trades flying everywhere throughout, gym and bedroom is a place where it's very difficult to be safe anywhere in the objective, especially with those floor angles across. There's so much cover you can do, and especially by having the open rotates from logistics to construction, and having the freedom to use those in that clutch situation, in that execute situation. Back off out of the site, rotate round, give them the site, and then they're fish in a barrel, and that's exactly what we saw. That jump in there in the window being shut down by the player, pinning down Jim while the other one flanked around. Really, really nice to see. And I think Echoes, while Volcano tore up the defense, attacking Jim is something people really haven't figured out yet, despite how incredibly often Clubhouse has played.
Yeah. I mean, Volcano, they looked quite professional with that attack. They were well split. I think Robit was stretched a little thin to deal with multiple players by himself without support at the end. And I think that was what cost them when they lost that 5th man mid-round. That really cost them. Were those C4s coming out from underneath towards those attackers, or were those Zofia? I'm not quite sure if that was used. Can we have a look at the gadgets for those defenders?
Yeah, well, Suspendo has both impacts left in that lifeline, so I think it was a nitro cell, or maybe an impact nade from the defenders. I do want to briefly clarify before the action picks up too heavily in this round that when talking about how the attackers struggled to make much ground into gym bedroom, the start of that round was amazing. The drone work coming in, Suspendo swinging through cash, and the way they took that side of the map was really, really nice.
Speaking of Barnell, a great start to a round. Dilly getting another kill. He is fantastic today, taking out Scipio this time. Endangered also opting for the Valkyrie and Melusi. I often think of Melusi as a perfect blend of an intel and like time denial operator. With a bit more of an emphasis on intel. It depends how you use her, really, of course. The attackers have taken quite a bit of ground now, a decent amount of efficiency, and the key difference for this attack than we saw with Endangered's attacks at this site, they've got a kill in their hands as well.
That's obviously really going to stick in their advantage. Angelo knows the exact positioning of this Ash. Aware, however, that Robinson on the Ash is a deadly thing, and so contesting that against them is going to be very dangerous. When we stay safe, don't want to throw away this man disadvantage any further. Plenty of attackers here standing up. They've opened the kitchen hatch and beginning to try and get these angles, try and get another kill before going for a drop. But do they know Sturksy is above, up on main stairs? He's ready to peek across towards Suspendo, but I don't know that he's pulled the trigger just yet. Suspendo pushes through the tunnel towards the Jaeger. Breach comes out but is defended. The Breach knocks out the Banshee. A contested, peeks, and then a headshot from Warden shuts down Suspendo. Almost also buys the time back and brings him to a 3 versus 4. Man advantage swings in the hands of Endangered, and now with the clock at 19, that's looking really good. The drop comes out. Warden's there.
Warden. What a round from the Jaeger to finish the job. Absolutely fantastic. Yeah, just hanging on 30 HP. He took a lot of fights and won a lot of them. Could we get a look at the stats at the moment this far into the game? Because there are so many standout performances across the map. And that's what I really enjoy about these two teams in general, Barnell. Not just that they have their own styles, they have their own play, and they're quite good at adjusting across, as we've seen from Endangered, of course, bringing back those 2 rounds from a 5-1 deficit. I think all of these players are reliable in different situations, and they can all pop up when you need them to, which I love to see.
They really can. Like there are very few situations where you can end up
Bieber a message and get him to show us the score. I mean, we can see on the side. Lovely. Well, you can see the kills across the board. It's a very interesting spread across. Even Angelo 2-8. You look at that on Endangered, you think that's quite weak, but by his standards certainly. But we know that he is capable of some fantastic moments. We've seen it today as well. And Dilly, a standout performer. Of course, I think last time we saw him against Proximity, he wasn't in the squad. He was subbed for that particular match. I believe it might have been Henna's. I think Steno stepped in.
Henno and Steno were both subbing in. I mean, I think if you get down to a 1 versus 1, there are very few combinations of players that make me think, oh, it's decided. Any one of these players can step up in a moment, and while consistency may not be guaranteed, capability definitely is. I think that's one of the things that is seeing Endangered Volcano stepping up. And while we can absolutely criticize Endangered's very repetitive and less than successful attacking, as they begin to pull back on their defense, you can tell they are still one of the more professional teams.
Well, did that
What's befuddled
breach just... was that just open for free? I can't tell if that was actually open. I don't have...
It was open for free. There's no denial there. We are attacking CCTV, and Voron just walks up to the breach.
This is
places
Oregon,
the charge. Right? Yes, it is, and there's nothing there. And that's the second half. I mean, all throughout Volcano's defense, they didn't bring anything to deny the CCTV wall, and so does Endangered also forego that choice. I'm wondering if actually that's a decision made because of how easy it has been to deal with these days. I mean, how often do we see Ash punches in the main door, goes prone, fires a charge underneath the breach, and it destroys any denial you have, and also prevents the tricking.
Oh no! Dilly stepping up again! This man is on fire! He gets a double with the AK-12! Of course, a fantastic weapon for killing the opposition. That very, very high DPS. Just an incredible weapon. And he is using it to full effect. He gets a triple, finishing Angelo. Only 2 players remaining. One is underneath, being pinned down in stock. It is Scipio, hiding there with a C4, ready to potentially deny a plant from underneath. But he's in a big fight now against Furbo. This could be a key moment. If he wins it out, he is the last man. And it's not enough. A flawless round. Furbo sweeps up the final kill.
Volcano really on fantastic form in that attack. I mean, just sweep across. And Dilly is vibing. Dilly is absolutely just spinning his mouse on his mouse pad. He is... I mean, every fight we've seen him in, he seems to be bouncing about like an excited child in a candy store. He's just, oh, heads, got him. Open this angle, there's a head, get it. And he's jumping on him, and he's having so much success doing so.
Oh no, we're English, it's a sweet shop. Come on.
Dilly's gone to the candy store.
This isn't Oregon, we're not... you can American it up on Oregon.
Okay, well, then you can Germanify it here.
Oh yeah, that's a good point, I didn't consider that.
Please say Dilly goes to the sweet store in Jonah.
No, actually. So it's 6-3 on the score currently for Volcano. Of course, a great fight back from Endangered, but they need a lot of rounds in a row now to pull it back to overtime. It's another 3. They managed 2 there and looked pretty strong. It was just a sudden, amazing flurry from Dilly. Being almost granted control of construction, allowed to breach very easily. I'm confused as to what Endangered's plan was. Obviously, no denial, so they want to let them in and get close and then maybe pounce on them. But they struggled with those kills.
I'm wondering if the lack of that kind of breach denial is more just giving up on the fact that it'll get opened quickly anyway. And so just give it up, bring something else, bring other utility to use elsewhere. If it's going to get opened, it'll get opened. We're not seeing masses of success, however, when it comes to actually dealing with it. Like once it's opened, it becomes a very classic. You have someone in garage contesting that kind of cross angle through the wall and the window, and then very little actual action happens in CCTV. It's all people just angled. You all right there, buddy?
Oh, it's just silly. You could see it being lined up. Very, very gradually, Furbo just sitting there waiting for a free kill, and he takes it onto Angelo again, falling. He's having a bit of a rough day on Clubhouse, and that will not help out his team. Of course, they pulled it back from a relatively weak position on this defense to win it out last time. So strong confidence will be in the hands of Endangered still, despite that man disadvantage. Volcano had a fantastic start, as you said last time here, putting serious pressure onto Cash and getting full control. That's what they're looking to do yet again. Robit is going to be the one spearheading this attack.
Looks like a successful impact denial on the wall has slowed down his breach to flush out almost. He's taking a chunk of damage though, and with all 5 attackers so close to him, he is gonna have to fall off this position soon. He's got an ADS and some magnets there to slow this down, but you
doesn't
can
have
only...
the option. He doesn't have
really
a way out. There is no way out. All he needs to do here is delay. Of course, he's got to try and take one with him at least, and delay as much time as possible. So still a pretty good job, even now, from almost to delay this long. And there comes the first man. It's taken out by Scipio across from... Where was that?
Fifth construction. He has the assistance there, but it is shut down as the refrag. But the flush comes in, the suspendo takes in through logistics and shuts down the logistics player as he... An absolute pull apart. They've completely eradicated this position in construction and cash, and Sturks is left by himself in an instant in a 1 versus 4. He gets the first, spins around to get the second. He almost gets so close to the headshot, but he's got so much work to do.
Well, it's a 1 versus 2 now. He's pulling it almost all the way back. The plant being stuck right next to him. He throws the smoke canister and it pushes Voron off. So time again now for Endangered. It's all in Sturks' hand. It is clutch or lose. All the pressure on him. And the plant is stuck. He goes for that final smoke canister. Now it's all down to his weaponry. 2 men to beat, and he can't do it. Who is it but Dilly to finish this game? What a fantastic match from him in particular, but just from Volcano. They are exactly the team we saw during the qualifiers and the earlier game against Proximity. They continue their 100% record unbeaten. In the unbeaten off, Endangered are the losers, unfortunately, today, recording a 2-1 score, which is not a bad start to the league by any means.
Looks like a slight mix-up in the settings of this match. It has not clearly ended, but Volcano walked away with the victory for
Yes,
that one.
they won.
Really just, but like we spoke about up in the lead-up, 2 very, very capable teams. I think we saw that undeniably. Some really good play from all the players. Maybe almost a little bit less, but any one of these players can step up on either team. But I feel like Volcano just at any given moment just had that little bit more energy and momentum and confidence. Well matched, but I think Volcano well deserving of the victory here.
Volcano just a little bit more on it. I was thinking, obviously they've got other, they've probably got other leagues, other things going on. Of course, they're playing all the time. They're not going to be too rusty. They are rusty by reflex reflex terms, kind of what we've seen of them in particular. They did not look rusty in the slightest. They were just full on, exactly the same Volcano we are used to seeing. And I am so excited to see a bit more of them in this league. As soon as they go up against big teams, for some of the top qualifying teams, of course, Endangered finishing the lowest in the qualifying bracket, coming up against, I think, Sam Clan, or probably the team to watch right now, I would say On-Site. That's going to be a game and a half. Envy versus Dilly.
That is going to be, I mean, Sparks will fly wherever these guys go. Endangered Esports, they really scuffed their way into the qualifiers, but I don't think they belong there. And I think they're showing that to us. But
I'd also like to say, I think Sturksy in particular, some great individual showing, especially on the defense, as his season so far has not got off to a kind of killing start necessarily, but he, as the supporting player, especially mostly on the defense, he's doing a really good, noticeable job there for Endangered, which of course has helped with their very good start. Given their position, you'd expect them, with the opposition they've played, to probably have started off worse. But they've done very well for themselves.
They're holding their own. They are definitely holding their own. But for now, that is it for this match, the first of tonight's 3 games. That was Volcano versus Endangered, and Volcano walked with the victory. But hold on for next. Esports Wales up against Intensity, and a little bit later on, Ignite Esports versus, as we just spoke about, On-Site Gaming. Sparks are going to fly, heads are going to roll, and you will want to be there. So hop away for a quick break now. We will be leaving you in the very capable hands of someone else. Gura and Cairo are going to be here up next to bring you those fantastic matchups. So don't go anywhere. We will see you guys soon enough. And for now, that's enough from us. Imagine a really eloquent outro, which ends in us waving at the camera.
place to go, but I don't feel cold. I've been so blind, just lost my mind. But all I have lost, I find your face reminds me of these games. The memories don't erase. I'll never be the same anymore. I'm on the highest top with no control. And you down. I open my eyes, do you remember me? I carried on through need you to know. It's who I am. It's who I am. It's who I am. It's who I am. It's who It's who I am. It's who One billion reasons in the stars. In prison, deep within my heart. It's written on my face that I'm just as afraid. These scars I can't erase, so I need you to know. It's who I am. Want you to understand. It's who I am. Want you to understand. It's who I am. Who I am. It's who I am. Who I am. It's who I am.
It's terrific. I'm so proud of you.
Just when you forgot, maybe take the time to stop and cherish what we had instead of missing what we had. You only notice when it's gone because to satisfy what you long for. You will have to try again to fill your heart. Please understand, things don't stay forever. You know you've got to make a change. You must admit it feels a little strange to see it in a different way. And even when it passes by, that wasn't how you said goodbye. Just until next time, you'll still be through the falling tears. And now you know your side is clear. Bring to life all your silly fears. I was thinking that maybe when you get back, you could come with me. Fuck work, fall in love right now and spend all our money. Jump with me. Jump with me. I've been feeling it buzzing in my fingertips. Wanna try you out. Get lost, get far away, and do what we wanna do now. Jump with me. Jump with me. Jump with me. Jump with me. And I know the odds are always stacked against us. Even though we're young and trying to baby don't get no. And I know da. and fall down, and now I just count the waves of your warm embrace when you made it a little bit lighter when I was tumbling into the dark. We lost everything. We lost everything, but you'll always stay close to my heart. We lost everything, but you'll always stay close to my heart. Oh, you'll always stay close to my heart. Oh, you'll always stay close to my
Why does it always seem like I'm moving backwards? Caught up in a dream, everybody's actor. Why does it always seem like people change faces and nothing is real? Oh yeah, and you know, I see better days. Yeah, you know, I've been through some things. Yeah, I've been sending prayers through the roof. Oh, truth. Yeah. Don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, yeah. I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I've been so patient with you, don't you know? I've been so down with you, and you know it. You never come around, and I show it. Just give me one chance right now, and I won't blow it. I won't blow it. Oh, and you know, I see better days. Yeah, you know, I've been through some things. Yeah, I've been sending prayers through the roof. Oh, truth. Yeah. Don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, don't need all the answers, just tell me what life is for. One day I'ma wake up with a reaper at the door. Don't need all the answers, just say anything at all. I've been praying for a minute, I've been waiting on your call. Oh, I've been waiting on I'm lost and numb, cold to the touch. I pretend like I don't remember your name. Every masterpiece turns to blasphemy. When I close my eyes, yeah, I still see your face. We were the thunder and the lightning, burning fire started from a spark. I would spend you just to watch you twirl. It was us against the world. You were the rain falling on my skin. Yeah, I was dying when you pulled me in. I was your rebel and you were my girl. It was us against the world.
Hi guys, and welcome back to Reflex Champions. Here we've got Intensity versus Esports Wales. It seems to be a banger of a match, and I can't wait to get started. And alongside me, I have Gura. How's it going, Gura?
I'm doing very well.
Anyway,
you.
it's looking like it's going to be quite an exciting game today. We've got two teams who are quite evenly matched in terms of coming out of the quals and how how the standings is.
Yeah, we've got so Esports Wales against Intensity, and we've got a few notes to go through. So I'll start off first. Of course, like you mentioned, similar level coming out the qualifiers for the Reflex Championships. Now, of course, we're on the main stage here. Stats on Wales. Wales so far are going undefeated. I've heard they've also. Speaking of previous matches, they have won against Hyperion 5 in their last game.
Yep.
And last time they played Villa, most of the team played very competently. Apart from one, but maybe that player will look to sort of improve and be on the same page as the rest
Yeah.
of the team.
Yeah, definitely agree. I mean, even that player could just be the support player, and that's why they're not necessarily fragging out. I think I might have actually gave you the wrong stat there. I think that Esports Wales have lost once to onsite, but that's on me. Moving on to like Intensity, they had last two games they played on Cafe, and they actually lost both games 7-5. Last one being to Endangered that we saw on Wednesday. That was quite a good match. We saw it quite back and forth, although we did have some technical issues. Yeah, Sloth being one of the best players known on Intensity, probably one to watch on this match.
Yeah, definitely. Sloth's is a pretty well known player in the league. Of course, up there with the likes of Stuzzy and
Yeah.
other players.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think one the first time the Intensity played on Cafe, I think he dropped something like 19 kills with a 3.0 KD, which is pretty good stuff. Yeah, I mean, if we just bring up the map bans soon, yep. If we just push on to this just now, I think we're playing Villa just now. Yeah, it's Villa, but that we're playing. Obviously, Esports Wales won this last time. How are you looking forward to how this is going to play out?
Well, I'm definitely looking forward to see more from Wales. Judging by their last performance on the map, we're probably gonna see maybe a 3-3 split. I'm expecting if Wales do indeed start out on the attack. So I think. Actually, let me check really quick.
Yeah, I think it's
Uh,
actually Esports Wales starting on the defense.
I see. Well, we'll probably see maybe not a split, but I'd say a 4-2 in the first half.
Yeah.
So I mean, they probably have put some more practice time into this map as a result of last time. Not to say that they did poorly. Of course, they did splendid, but a little extra practice doesn't help. So I'm definitely looking forward to see what they can bring to the table here.
Yeah, definitely, especially with the fact that Esports Wales played here before. Maybe it's like one of the maps that's in our map pool. I think we're almost ready to go here. Just waiting on confirmation from production. So yeah, we're just getting ready to go, get things to go. I quite like Villa. I don't know about you. It's quite a structured map. Gura, it tends to be compared to the likes of Oregon and Clubhouse.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Oh no, sorry. Carry on.
no. On you go.
Oh no, I really didn't know what I was gonna say.
Yeah, I mean, like the thing is though, with this structure that's been quite, with this kind of like a structured map and the new meta coming in, we could potentially see attackers pulling ahead. I mean, it's first time esports and intensity play that we're going to be able to see on main stage, so be quite exciting.
Yep, and I think we are ready.
Yeah. So, what are you going for prediction wise, Gura?
Sorry.
What's your prediction for who's going to win the
Oh,
map then?
prediction. Right. Well, I'm thinking Wales, just because
Yeah.
judging by history. But
Yeah, I'll probably go for Wales as well. But if we just double check what the chat's going for, I think it's actually a split 51 to 49 in favour of Wales. So pretty even match. Hopefully, we'll see this go to overtime then, if the chat's right.
I mean, of course, not to discredit intensity. I mean, they definitely have a very solid roster. Not to mention that they have Sloth as well. So.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely, I totally agree there, and especially the fact they took one of our more seasoned teams and endangered all the way to the last round, potentially going overtime.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Mhm.
Yeah. So, oh, sorry, on you go.
No, I was just thinking of something too, but clearly.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Yeah.
The best thing about this is the fact that we don't actually get to see Villa very often. Obviously, it tends to be more Clubhouse and Oregon. I think as well, though, something that we actually get to see is the fact that this is the first competitive game after the patch notes, or the mid-season patch, as it's known.
So of course, with those recent changes, we're definitely gonna see some changes in strategy, maybe possibly. But on we go with the game.
Yeah.
Well, of course, we'll have the bans prior to the actual start of the rounds. It will be Esports Wales banning first. Will be their attacker, and it's going to be a Thatcher ban. So standard so far. Thoughts?
Yeah, especially Thatcher, pretty a powerful operator, pretty meta ban in terms of Villa, because getting opening those aviator walls and into master walls, like that's two crucial sites that could be open up just with that Thatcher. We've seen a Nomad come out here, kind of almost telling intensity, almost telling esports that they're going to be going for flanks, etc. When they go into defense, quite an interesting ban, and a Maestro coming in as well.
Yeah, Maestro, of course, coming with this map. Of course, there's a bunch of very sly and shrewd Maestro cam spots. So, of course, with Maestro now being off the board, there won't be much denial in terms of stationary gadgets, such as hard breaches. What else? Nomads, but of course, she is banned also. So, just to name a few.
Yeah. I think the Mira ban's pretty standard also. Thatcher Mira, you tend to see them a lot in ranked. I think Mira with something like an 80% ban rate in ranked. So yeah, I mean, just a pretty powerful operator.
Yeah, Mira
I mean,
especially is can be very powerful on a map like Villa. Of course, her mirrors, sorry, can cover a wide area of the outside of the site, and you can just
Yeah.
peek over that mirror and get a hold of what is going on. So that intel there is very important, and that's why they have banned her out, just so that she doesn't give that much.
10 seconds to insertion.
Yeah. Oh, that's gonna be a accidental team kill to start off. Accidental or not, I'm not even sure
Locate and defuse a bomb.
because I wasn't looking.
Yeah, it's a skin.
But it was a
so-
skin. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah. So looks likely that Dot will either not be able to play Echo or will have to drop out. Potentially a pause here so that we can get that skin off. Yeah. So I mean, so far pretty standard. Obviously, esports down to 4 men. It tends to be. It looks like they're all vacated the site. With a kind of more, how would you put it, like an soft roam presence rather than like a traditional anchor / roamer setup.
Yeah, you can definitely see that here with the bird's eye view of the cam. But it seems like at the beginning there, they were just trying to clear some utility, I believe, and now they're going to start to push on that main office.
A bomb has been
Yeah, I mean, there doesn't seem to be much in terms of resistance or pressure coming from the defenders into the study. Quite interesting here, and we see Callie dying quite early on. That's going to be massive in terms of making sure that that wall stays closed. And oh, I mean, it is already open. It gets the refrag pretty. In fact, is that a trade? I think that was a trade.
Yeah, it was a trade. Though we're not going to see intensity lit up yet. We still have Hayden there on the balcony just outside of office with the rest of his teammates coming in from the west. Right now, esports are just holding their angles as they wait for the attack to make their next move, and that will be the next move. Sloth getting the kill onto the Jaeger. That's one fragger dead. And Matt to refrag a little
Yeah,
later on onto Envy. Sophia, of course, Sophia losing her withstand very recently due to some major controversy around that passive.
Yeah, definitely a
ability.
powerful passive. 55 seconds left here, and in terms of what's been done by the attackers, they have the wall open onto bar, and they seem to be circling the site. 2 left on the defenders.
Trackers bomb diffuser
And hopefully, I mean, it could be an execute coming through already.
The defenders will have to play this smart if they want any chance of winning here. But Intensity are going to start to set up on the push. That's going to be the diffuser carrier down and the diffuser itself down. Those hard breach pellets are going to get to work on that games room. And Matt just... Oh! It's going to be Flux with the double kill onto the 2 there in Vault.
Yeah, pretty massive there, ending the round. Pretty well attacked there from Intensity all in all. Unfortunate esports had to go down to 4 men, but yeah, pretty good stuff there.
Yeah, I mean, there clearly wasn't enough coverage. I think they just... I think it was just one of those cases where you hold one part of site for long enough, then you turn your attention to another part of site, and that's when the enemy team started to execute. So
protect your bomb.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, obviously, just a good flank round there and just pinching into the site there, with the 2 defenders stuck in Vault. Well played from Intensity anyway to identify where the 2 defenders were and how to manipulate that to their advantage.
So next up, we're gonna see a trophy statuary hold, which is pretty common after you've gone aviators. Win or loss doesn't really matter. Of course, it's a kind of a split site technically, due to that little
10 seconds
Yeah.
left
What would you
before
call it?
insertion.
Like kind of like a void.
5 seconds
Mm.
remaining.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing though. We've got intensity here. That's they've brung the Kelly again. I mean, this is like almost their only their only denial in terms of denying that, like, how would you put it, like the Bandit or the Cade. I mean, we can get you could get the Ash and the Zofia below, but that doesn't seem to be the plan. Is they've got Flux coming in from. Oh no, sorry, I thought Flux was coming in from Aviator there, but it doesn't seem to be.
The intensity finding bomb A, but I think they already knew where they were, so that information is going to be useless. However, then they're going to start to make work on the windows. Ace will miss the first charge, but he'll hit the second, and that's going to be Kaid attempting to trick it, but I don't think he'll be successful in doing so, as Ace will get one charge down, but I'm not quite sure if the other...
I think the other one
charge-
hit the pillar there, just on the right next to the window. Don't know if you can see that.
Oh yeah, I can.
Yeah. Sloth already into walk-in closet and holding a long angle through into bathroom. Quite strong here, not letting, like, we can see the Cade just kind of lurking there next to the bathroom door. So pretty powerful position there from Sloth, and pretty good positions here from Intensity in terms of what control they've taken. We see the roamers here. We've got one below in the likes of the. I think is that Melusi? Yeah, the Melusi. And then we've got. I think that's Envy also just on the door for Trophy. Pretty good stuff here from Intensity, and we've got Ben who's playing a very strong position in front of Statue Door with the shield to support him.
Yeah, that's going to be the Kaid just holding that angle. Flux will open up the round onto Ben, and Matt to fall behind him as well, and Jet. That's going to be Intensity taking all or most of the lives of Wii Sports Wales. Now, they're going to have to look to play time, because playing aggressive would be a death wish. Dota, the last two roamers standing.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to have to...
Looking to get a little aggressive. He knows that there's somebody on that window, so he'll probably try and contest as that plant is indeed going to go down. But Dota actually getting taken out. I missed that, my bad. Will be cut. Trying to clutch it out, but he won't be able to. That's going to be Intensity with a flawless round to follow up on their previous victory.
Yeah, definitely. Good round there from Intensity again. Flawless with all 5 players. I don't think... Did they take a single bit of damage? I'm not too sure. I can't remember. But
a little, yeah. I
pretty
think
strong.
they did. So it'll be back to Aviator Games for esports. Oh, sorry, Wales. I don't know why I called them esports, but nevertheless, we will probably see this play out similarly, or at least the initial plan is going to play out similarly, judging by the picks of Intensity.
Definitely. I mean, if it's not broke, don't change it. That's the old saying. Definitely. Again, well played from Intensity.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as
So again, we're seeing some very similar setups. We're gonna reinforce those main 2 walls over by the office. That vault soft wall is also gonna get reinforced so that that extra route is closed off. I'm sorry, I'm just getting a bit of lag on the streams, so it's a little hard to follow what the fans are doing. But it seems like games were being reinforced. Yep. It seems like something I've missed a little earlier. That Pew actually has his drone in a spot that the defenders haven't noticed yet. So again, that could be some major intel coming into play in the long run for this round.
Definitely. A drone in the likes of Vault can pinpoint exactly where defenders are and potentially be what collapses their round. We see them, I think, they're almost going for a traditional take again. We see, as I said before, if you ain't broke, don't change it.
Yeah, that's going to be cut, realizing that he's been exposed, but he's going to hold those main stairs anyway. He's going to look down that vertical angle, spot no one though. He's just going to continue the hold here. as he turns his attention to the office balcony. And that will actually be Ace starting to put some work onto that wall facing games. Ko will have to act.
Yep. Definitely. I mean, opening up that game's wall was pretty big in terms of like the attacker checklist that they have to like work through. We see the Ace again missing his throws. I think did he miss it? I thought he'd hit the top frame of the door there. Sorry, my stream's a bit jittery here.
Yeah.
And we see there's Matt getting dropped. That's a big piece of utility if they
Ooh.
can't get him back up.
Getting
yeah, we'll just
intensity with the very quick sweep. That's 3 off the board just like that. And it's down to Ben and the Echo, known as Jet. Try and make something of this here. The attackers have a lot of time, so there's a lot of odds stacked against Wales here.
Attackers have located a
But seems like nothing can save them now, as that's going to be Ben to get dropped. Jet again put in a very similar situation as last round. His teammate Kurt was in, but that's yet another flawless to follow up on the flawless. And Intensity are looking extremely strong coming into here. No less that they're on the attack, ladies and
Yeah.
gentlemen. Remember, this is a defender-sided map. You do not usually see this happen. And all they have to do is win 3 more rounds as the attack, and they basically won it.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, it is an attacker-sided map, but some are arguing that this new meta is attacker-sided as well. So, I mean, that could potentially push that into the attacker's favour. We do not know. I mean, Esports Wales potentially could make a comeback as they move onto a new site that we've not seen this match, and it is Dining and Kitchen.
Attackers need to locate
The meta is definitely still finding itself, and we're still on the tip of the iceberg of what it really brings to the game of Siege. But yeah, it will be. We will be going to Kitchen.
Yeah. Definitely considered to be more of a tertiary site though, which is quite interesting. I mean, they've been what Aviator statue Aviator. So I mean, we've not had a site 2 rounds in a row, which is interesting. The fact that potentially Esports Wales don't know what's going wrong here.
5 seconds left before insertion.
So we'll now commence with the action phase, and Intensity will start to make their push from the east.
Yeah, I mean, I think they'll probably, I imagine, go for more of a vertical take, quite traditional when attacking this site. As you see, I don't know if there's any roamers upstairs. Yeah, we see Dot there, just playing towards the statue door. I can't see anybody else up near him, but he'll be trying to hopefully waste the attackers' time and slow them down from putting any vertical pressure on towards the site.
Yeah, and if Dota does indeed play this very well, or yeah, well, it could be very huge for the defense. Mute going with the camera, not the C4. I mean, Kurt and Ben do have C4s of their own. That's why maybe Jet didn't necessarily need to take that C4. But I'd say it is always better to go with the C4, especially on a site like Kitchen, which gets played vertically a lot more. But Dota does have impacts, but bear in mind, he won't be playing below, he'll be playing above, so he'll be using his impacts for something else. So it looks like Dota and Sloth are entering some close proximity. That'll be Ben to get taken out. Didn't look like Dota wanted to take that gunfight to refrag just yet. C, I think, retreated back into games. And the attackers will continue to play vertically.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Intensity starting to do work here onto the floor that is on top of Kitchen Games, trying to get angles onto the likes of Jet and Kurt that are, I think, near art rather than on site. Quite a good read from Esports there to try and move off, and we see Dot here taking some damage. I don't know who is attacking him, but certainly piling on the pressure here, Intensity.
Yeah, Dota's health got a huge chunk of his health taken away here. Hayden will look to push, but look at Jet. Look at this position. He hasn't been droned out yet. He might as well be, but that's gonna be Dota to finally get finished off by the likes of Envy. And it seems like he's just gonna major trigger discipline. And he's just gonna tease. He does have the red dot, and he's gonna take out 2 finally. Jet with the huge plays, and he's gonna take out Flex as well. Major stuff coming out from the likes of Jet here, and that's gonna be Matt to get the final frag. And Wales trying to find or regaining their footing right now with this round. They'll look to continue.
Yeah,
this
definitely.
type of
Sorry, apologies.
play into the following grounds. Go on.
Yeah, so I was just going to say, Esports Wales finally putting a round onto the board against Intensity. I mean, so far, Intensity doing everything right, but just checking the corners and important spots for when they're moving in. Quite a rat spot there from, I think it was Matt that was playing in the corner, but well played with that trigger discipline to get those three kills.
Yeah, definitely. Trigger discipline played a major factor in there. I still can't believe Flux didn't get that refrag. That was... I think it might have just been... not poor timing per se. Maybe it might have been. Maybe it might have been the timing. Maybe if you waited a second, could have caught Jet off guard. But I think he would have been holding an angle at that point. So I think it would have gone the same way either way. But yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I totally agree here. I mean, moving now towards Aviator, not Aviator, sorry, that's the completely wrong site. Moving on towards Statue and Trophy. I mean, I would say this was more Intensity favoured. We saw more come out from Esports on Aviator, I thought, but I mean, Intensity again, just there's not really much to pick from because they did win all 3 rounds on the second floor sites.
And the attack will start to make their move. The drone walk will start. Jet is going to play below here, as is shown by his outline. Does he have a C4? Because they do have a Valkyrie, which could give the info, which would then prompt Jet to send his C4 up on, and possibly take out a unsuspecting attacker. That's going to be cut with the roam on the Valkyrie. Valkyrie isn't really well suited for a job like Aroma because of the damage that had gotten dealt. So you've got to be very accurate with it. Not to mention also that she is a 2-speed, so not the most ideal circumstances. But again, as long as you waste time, you are doing your job quite effectively to an extent. But that's gonna be Flux, marching right on in.
Yeah, Flux and Envy, they're just getting the kills. Oh, sorry, I'm taking it right off you there.
But Flux and Envy are gonna take out 2 members of Wales. Jet will only manage to refrag 1/2 of those losses. And unfortunately, won't be able to find the second, which means that Intensity are in the man advantage, but maybe not for long, as Hayden will get down. But it doesn't look like there's too many people in that proximity. Kurt might have spoken too soon, because Kurt does indeed take out Flux.
Yeah, just taking out Flux there, a beautiful shot all the way into, I think that was potentially Master, but Pew just taking cut out there. that was on the door. He took out the shield and then took him out. A very good, well played. Dot managing to get the refrag onto Hayden though and putting it back to a 2 versus 2. 35 seconds to go, and I think the attackers are moving towards what looks like to be the execute. Dot just playing very passive here on the door, and I think I think they know that he's there, but I'm not too sure. Yeah, Sloth managed to take out Dot. I knew they knew exactly where he was, and now we've got Jet here, and up 15 seconds with the diffuser going down.
Jet holding the same angle as Kurt was before. Puno's going to start to go in with the plant. They will trade, but since Intensity have the man advantage, they win the round. So they're going to take it, and I think they one more round till roll swap.
Yeah, definitely. Good round there from Intensity. Kind of back and forth in terms of who was taking the man advantage and moving through the round. I think they played quite well there, managing to keep their heads up and find out where the defenders were sitting. Switching off from the Bandit onto the Melusi, obviously just faking out there. Looks like to be the Aviator Games. So I mean,
Defenders, protect your
I think that there's going to be at least one set of walls here that's not going to be like protected here by like some sort of anti-breach.
Seems not. I mean, they do have cut, so it's one. That's one part of the wall denial. And of course we got Echo doing his thing,
10 seconds left.
making a rotate, and being that plant denial operator.
Yeah, definitely. Echo obviously important for getting that information, as we don't have a they're not playing the Valkyrie this time, and they're deciding to take that Echo. I mean, Echo got a significant debuff or nerf, sorry, in terms of making his drones visible now. But on these new patch notes, I think he actually got another buff with putting his timers down significantly.
Yeah, so no, sorry, I just didn't know what I was gonna say.
Yeah, as we see here, we've got the attackers here starting to stack up onto the balcony and just moving through. There's not much pressure in terms of top of main, and that's just conceded straight away as they think as the attackers are more stacked towards the north side and preventing the attackers coming from that side. I mean, quite a misread here because the attackers haven't even bothered to. And talk about misreads. Envy taking cut out right away here and putting it into a 4 versus 5 for the defenders in favour of the attackers. Sloth here sitting on 90 and watching towards where Ben. Does he know that he's on the repel? I'm going to find out. Well, he knows now as he starts to fire towards where the shots came from.
Yeah, he does just catch a glimpse. Unfortunately, Ben hasn't been able to find a single kill yet, but maybe this is his chance. He is going to start to get contested by 2 people, but right now it's just going to be Sloth. And the window battle continues, but it will be Sloth to come out on top. He's just going to hold angle. He ain't going to move around too much. Pew to follow up with a frag of his own. And Intensity looks to be in the driver's seat for this round. A Smoke will do his thing with the canisters. But the plant isn't there quite yet, I don't think. That's going to be Matt. Take out Pew. He's going to get taken out, but he's going to get dropped himself soon as the plant will start to go down. But Flux will let his teammate plant, and he will get Dota to finish it all round. They will. The 2 teams will now go ahead and switch as Intensity are 2 away from winning it all.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've got Flux and Envy here just going massive for intensity. 8 kills apiece, and Sloth on 6. We thought Sloth was going to be the man to watch, but seems to be Flux and Envy here, respectively. I think that just kind of tells the story of what's happening as we see Ben here on 0 kills on the side of Esports Wales compared to the likes of Intensity, who are all picking up kills. I mean, Hayden unfortunately only getting 1, but I mean, who cares if your team's up 5-1, especially coming into this split and on a defender-sided map.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs.
I mean, Intensity. Sorry, East Wales. I mean, they probably realized that Ben wasn't in on 0 kills, so I assume that they tried to put him on a different role, which
Attackers have
was the
discovered
room, because I remember Ben playing more of a more site orientated role at the beginning.
Yeah.
Clearly that didn't work, so maybe the attack will bring a breath of fresh air for him, and maybe he can start to pick up a few frags, considering that he is on the fragger role, which is Sophia. Of course, she has the good gun and all the utility in the world, so maybe could really prove his worth in the end game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, let's see here. We see that we've got a capped out Ayana, Zofia, and an Ash. I mean, it looks like Esports Wales are going to have to go below here if there is any sort of trying to get rid of any sort of denial here on the wall. Doesn't seem as if they've well planned for any sort of master take at all, and it looks like it's all going to come from the south side.
So definitely a bit of a more extended roam clear here, as I mean there are no rumors, but Jet is gonna spot one down in by kitchen. Who was making his way up the red stairs.
A bomb has been located.
So Wales have got a bit more of a idea of what's going on here. Kurt is gonna play by that window, trying to see if he can get anyone out, but Tennessee won't play aggressively. They know they have the lead.
Yeah, definitely. Here, as we see, Dot trying to move towards and get some sort of pick off of Trophy. I mean, we see here, I think that's a smoke, and he's got a shield to protect him, so pretty well set up here from Intensity to switch. I think they switched a couple shields round to face towards the north, sorry, not the north side, the south side, where the attackers were coming from.
So Ben's not going to hold a landing, as he's going to start to use that launcher to take out those bandit. I think he struggled a little there, but he did manage to get them in the end, I'm sure. Oh no, I don't think... I'm not even sure, I can't quite see that, to be honest, but Ben is going to hold the angle regardless, as Matt will look to try and take care of the wall. If not, then at least push in. He's not going to do either of that. He's going to find Pew's head and take it off, as Ben will get taken out by Sloth's C4 from below. He's going to get picked up by Jet, and that's Esports Wales with the advantage in what feels like a while. And 30 seconds of the execute should start to come in any minute now. Goyo Shield will start to get popped. Smoke will fire his gas grenades in retaliation. That's going to be Dota first to lose his life on the side of Esports Wales. Ben to refrag off Sloth. Kurt with picking up another, and that's going to be Jet starting to plant. Flux and Hayden are in a very tough position here now. Hayden is going to take some huge damage. Flux will find one, but there was another there that he's not gonna contest, but now he might. He does indeed get that kill, and it seems to, and the tide seem to be turning here a lot, as Matt is now gonna get taken out, finished by Matt, and what a clutch from the side of Intensity. That was very hard to follow.
Yep.
But yeah, very impressive from Intensity.
Yeah, GN coming out there from Flux as he managed to get that. Managed to get that 2K out there. Yeah, I mean, Intensity, what a massive comeback there in a was it a 4 versus 2 or a 3 versus 2 situation? The odds stacked in favour dramatically of Esports Wales. Yeah, I mean, Intensity, what can you say? 2K coming out from the likes of, who was it? I think it was Flux on the Smoke, I can't remember. But yeah, huge stuff there. Coming, especially when Hayden managed to get that final kill onto Matt to finish off the round.
Definitely.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
So, match point for Intensity. They're gonna all look to finish it off by going kitchen. Pretty standard setups. It's gonna be a Valkyrie, maybe to get some info from above. But the attackers will most likely start to play, or begin to play, as of the round. Also, the Pulse being another intel provider, alongside Valkyrie. Pulse does usually get played a lot on sites where verticality is a must. So, I mean, it's just kind of common recently. Of course, if Pew does manage to set himself up right, he could be a major factor in Esports Wales's success in this round that we are about to see.
Yeah, I mean, definitely managing to beat out a C4 there, Esports Wales. Don't know who that was. It's below them. I don't think it was a Pulse, and definitely wasn't Sloth. I'm trying to see who placed a C4 there. Can we see? Sorry, spectator, if we can. Talk about seeing Sloth. Never managed to see where Kurt was, and he takes him out straight away. That's lovely stuff there. Putting him in an advantage position straight away as they try to clear out where the roamers are. Esports Wales kind of almost tentatively walking in here, trying to make sure that they don't get C4 below, as there was that pre-placed C4 on the study door.
Yeah, Sloth definitely didn't know that there was a huge presence. There was a huge attacker presence on that entrance, and his awareness just failed him. I suppose you could say. Dota getting the first frag though.
Yeah.
Envy is now going to join Sloth in the spectator mode, as Esports Wales looking to make a serious push, or rather make some serious vertical holes to help the attack downstairs make a push.
Yeah, definitely. 60 seconds left, and we see Esports Wales wasted a lot of time in terms of trying to clear out those roamers. Now starting to put some sort of vertical pressure onto the site, but they don't have anything in this form of a sledge or a buck to make those holes. They do have an Ash with breaching charges, and also the 3 charges that she has in her ability. We also have a Zoth with 2 in hers, so altogether 7 holes potentially to be made in the floor. We have Kurt here with his frag grenades as well, which could potentially try and flush out the attackers from the site. I think Pew still has his C4 and will be able to flush out where the attackers are going to push from and where they are sitting. As we see Esports Wales starting to move in towards Laundry and maybe towards an execute.
Yeah, it's going to be Pew getting 1, trying to even it out as best as possible. He's going to take a lot of damage, and will eventually lead to his death. But it's now very Intensity are going to win it by the clock.
Yeah, skin of their teeth there, managing to be able to win that there. A great and patient hold by the defenders to make sure they don't succumb to the pressure of the attackers. Very well played from Intensity all round.
Yeah, definitely. a stomp, to say the least, by intensity. Wales were definitely not prepared for any of that, and I definitely feel that intensity's early rounds on the attack definitely propelled them to the win here. So GG's to them.
Yeah, definitely. I think we could say Flux man of the match with his performance, managing to come out there with like almost, I think, 2 clutches. He got one onto the what's it called, the double on that last second to last round, I think, on the aviator and sorry, not aviator, statue and trophy defense, and then able
Mhm.
to get a couple kills at the end of that last round on the game winning round to make sure that the attackers don't get their plant down.
Yeah. I don't know. I haven't really got much else to say. If I do recall something, I'll.
Yep, cool, no bother. Yeah, definitely think intensity all round, just not a very dominant showing from them onto Esports Wales. Esports obviously last time winning on Villa, and now actually losing off of intensity. Intensity only winning 1 match so far in this main stage, so pretty interesting stuff to come out of this game, putting them up towards 6 points, which is kind of the middle of the pack right now. As we see a majority of teams on 6 points, the likes of Sam Clan, Chikara, Esports Wales, actually, and Endangered. So yeah, definitely interesting stuff.
All right. I don't have much to add. Do you, Kurt?
Cool.
Uh,
No bother. So I think we're going to move to a break now before we move on to our next match. Thank you very much for watching this game with us. Very good stuff from Intensity. Unfortunate for Esports Wales. But next match, I do believe, if I just double check, I think we have Ignite versus Onsite. Onsite played really well, undefeated so far. So it'll be a good game.
mm.
Do you have any closing statements, Scooter?
No, not much.
Yeah, definitely going to be a good game anyway. So thanks for joining us. We'll see you in the next game.
See you then.
Show me what you have to bring. I'll take you on a wild adventure if you want to go. We're locked in place, sing together. Please just let me know. Won't you synchronize with me? You can be my everything, my everything. You can be my everything, my everything. Won't you synchronize with me? You can be my everything, my everything. You can be my everything, my everything.
can take your time. You can choose your words. Let me down real easy. Let me down real easy. Well, I'm doing just fine. Because I caught your lies. You say that it's you, not me. Baby, now they lie.
state of mind. Children of the night, but it's the only way of life. It's black holes pulling me inside of this black heart, the black soul underneath this black sky. Baby, you should come with me. I'll take you to the dark side. Me and you and me, do bad things in the nighttime. Baby, you should come with me, and we can kill a light, hit the light, let it black out, hit the light, let it black out. Black bird, black moon, black sky. to just get by, but I can't hide what's I just got nothing to say. My God, so anyway, I can't stay away. No matter how far I go, it moves around me.
far from home, no place to go, but I don't feel cold. I've been so blind, just lost my mind, but all I have lost I find. Your face reminds me of these games, the memories don't erase. I'll never be the same anymore, I'm on the highest top with no control. And you down, I open my eyes, do you remember me? I carried on through all of these years, you've been It's written on my face. You'll notice that I'm just.
Hello everyone, I am R6 Olo and I'm here with Gura. Hello Gura.
Hello.
And we're back for the third game of Reflex Championship of the night. It is on-site versus I've already forgotten it.
Ignite.
Ignite Gaming for our third game. What are your thoughts on this game, Gura?
Well, Ignite have well, judging on previous games that they have played, I wouldn't say that it's I definitely say it's more very one-sided towards onsite, more than it is to Ignite, just because of I'd say the less than stellar performance Ignite have been having recently, as of their recent games, and onsite have just been consistent. So I'd say it's my thoughts going into this would be that onsite kind of have a bit of a advantage going into this one.
Of course, I mean, on-site are currently number one on the table, and that's obviously a huge position for them to hold. And a strong
Definitely.
point in the matchup they're about to face, both mentally and mechanically in game over Ignite. We haven't seen much from Ignite so far. They are new to this league. They didn't participate really early. And it should be kind of interesting to see how it goes on dynamically. I know a lot of teams will probably or will want to watch this game to see competition and how Ignite are going to take place throughout the season. And this is how we kind of get an idea of where they're going to place and how they're going to be off this game with obviously the number one team at the moment, On-Site Gaming.
Yeah, not to mention there'll be a lot of eyes on the current champions, so to speak, of the league right now on site. There'll be a lot of eyes on them, seeing how they'll play this one out.
Yeah, especially preparing for a team they have never seen play before, a team that they haven't really seen going. So they're kind of preparing and playing up to the unknown. And for that unknown, we will be going to Cafe. Pretty standard map in the season currently. We've seen Cafe quite a number of times. It's that, Clubhouse, or Oregon, because everyone's uninvented. But what are your thoughts on Cafe as a map?
Well, Cafe, I'd say it's just one of those pretty decently balanced map, especially when the rework got introduced back in Operation Phantom Sight. I think a lot of fans and Siege players alike were very happy with the changes that were made to the map, and it just made the whole entire map even more well-rounded and a lot more opportunities to play the different sites that feature on the map.
Yeah, it definitely influenced the kind of meta that is today, structuring the remap to a more like methodical linear push of like cigar across to freezer side and with downstairs bakery across and stuff like that. It's a more methodical way of clearing than it used to be with the old cafe, where I remember it's more aggressive and more.
Yeah. It was definitely like a bit of a coastline back in the day.
Yeah, sort of a little bit. But it is very interesting to see how teams have played this map recently. If we look at a lot of teams, there tends to be a shield, heavy utility hold in the freezer or bathroom area to try and slow down the enemy team from clearing Cigar, which is quite an important point to take to then start your execute onto the site. And we see a lot of presence in things like bakery. There's mini holds that a lot of different teams do with a different adaptation each time on how they hold it and how they waste time or their choice of operator lineup. And that is something that could be interesting to see today.
Yeah, and speaking of meta, with the recent changes as of Operation Neon Dawn, and of course the mid-season patch that has been released, the meta has seen quite a shift. Not a big one, but a shift nonetheless. Of course, if we just go over some quick changes recently that have been made, of course, Zofia loses her withstand, which has stirred up some major controversy as of late, so that got removed off of her. Callie's sniper got a little nerfed, so she'll definitely be playing a lot more passively and a lot more into that support role than previously played. Of course, Callie does get featured a little bit on Cafe if you know how to play her and if she plays very well into your strategy, especially since stature bans are meta now. A lot of teams have been using Kali a lot more recently. So
Yeah, both poorly named and poorly described in the patch notes, year 5 4.3. Callie actually received a damage increase to help her out with her sniper, but she can be incredibly effective on Cafe or holding angles. A bakery take is a very effective use of Callie because there's a lot of utility stack in bakery, and Callie's one of those operators where it's like it's quite easy to destroy a number amount of utility, and it saves you going above and dealing with the issues of a roam, which is what most teams will try and contest for vertical because there's a lot of vertical you can do on the site. But yeah, I do agree. It is a little bit of a meta shift on the previous one, but we're now going to get into the matchup and we're going to see on site starting on defense and Ignite starting on attack.
So, on-site and defense, Ignite and attack, like you said. But of course, before we actually get into the game itself, we have our bans. On-site will be banning first, Ignite second, which they will then follow up by a defense ban, and then on-site will make their defense ban. So we'll just have to wait and see who they pick.
What would your personal preference be to a ban on attack? Obviously, on-site have gone out with a Thatcher ban, pretty standard, protecting the utility, protecting the gadgets that they want to try and keep in play and make Ignite work for them by burning the utility. What would your ban be? Would it also be Thatcher?
Yeah, I probably would have gone with the Thatcher too. I mean, better safe than sorry, right?
Yeah, better safe than sorry, but a little bit boring. But I guess we're not here to boring. We're here to win. Capital, a more interesting ban on the side of Insight. Unusual to see a Capital ban. And with the Capital ban, we're going to see a Wamai ban, which is a strange ban when we're comparing the two. But I imagine that's to protect, that's to get rid of difficulties like clearing out the pixel shield or clearing out shields around the back, because Cafe can be quite a utility-heavy map, as we were talking about before. And to cap it off on site. Mir?
Yeah, Capital bans have actually had quite a history on Cafe. Yeah, Capital bans have been quite they've kind of like survived throughout at least like the last 4 metas, I'd say, on Cafe, just due to like the utility he brings, which is the 2 smokes and the 2 fire arrows. But not only that, he can also turn the tides of some pretty ugly situations, especially with his fire, which denies entry and just flanks, you could say. I suppose once the attack
usual to see is what they've done is they've made sure by banning the Wamai that they're not limiting themselves when they have to defend. So they ban the Capital and Wamai, so they can't limit themselves when they swap over, because it's not like a ranked game. It's quite a long game. You have 6 sides at the most on each side, so you kind of want to play for the long haul rather than the short wins. And we're going to see them start out on Bakery with a turtle hold. Not much extension over on the Bakery side or VIP side. There is a shield in VIP, so they are holding a shield and a small roam, but 3-4 people on site, no real Bakery presence. Is it the right move for Insight to do a top-heavy roam play? What are your thoughts?
Well,
Sorry.
yeah. Well, I'd say this is pretty smart from Onsite to focus more on the roam, because, of course, a lot of teams like to attack the Bakery site vertically, and if Ignite have to worry about roamers, then that's gonna, of course, waste time and lead the win more over to Onsite. So.
Yeah, the Amaru obviously allowing them to gain control of the top floor quite fast, so then they can vertically clear downwards. It's quite a fast clear from the side of I cannot remember their names already. Ignite, yeah. We're going to get it wrong the entire stream, but at least it'll be entertaining for the viewers. They're doing, they are doing quite an effective roam clear. They're droning out the players upstairs on the 2nd floor, and they've managed to clear them out at the minute 30 mark, enabling the execute. There is still a number of C4s left on the board, so hopefully we will see some contests from Onsite.
Now, as more vertical holes are going to get opened up, the defense are just trying to position themselves just right so that they can capitalize. If Ignite make a slip or one wrong move, which would then open up to some possibilities of aggression for the likes of Onsite. But right now, Ignite playing it a bit passively, holding angle, switching from vertical hole to vertical hole, and doing nothing much. But Nomad is creeping down those VIP stairs, and that main wall is actually going to get opened up. Also, freezer wall, as the Malusi will start to microwave buzz around on the Nomad. Speaking of the Nomad, she's going to get her head taken off by the SMG-11, and Onsite now have the man's advantage.
Yeah, with 18 seconds left, it's not really looking good for the attackers. They are pretty much getting destroyed by this defense here. They haven't really enabled more of an attack than a vertical, and the defenders have kind of switched from their vertical roam to a horizontal roam, and it is paid off very effectively as they managed to hold the bottom floor with, I believe, a flawless round on the board there.
It is indeed a flawless round, and what a flawless round it was. Perfectly executed by Onsite, may I add. They realized what Ignite were trying to do, and they capitalized perfectly. As you could see from the bird's eye view, they were starting to sandwich the attack, and I think it was just that initial takedown of the Nomad that prevented that flank watch, and that's what enabled the sandwich, so to speak, to happen.
I think that's also something I mentioned at the very start of the round, whether a vertical take was the right play. Often teams will either choose a vertical or horizontal roam, and the advantages with a Bakery downstairs horizontal roam is you can obviously, when they come in to do the vertical, is fall off to the outside of the site where there is no vertical, like VIP, walk-in, Bakery, things like that, to be able to then retake the site or hold around the site so the attackers can't get in. That is what works so successfully there for Orbit, I believe, and that's why they won the on site, and that's why they won the round in the end, because it was a very effective horizontal roam. A little bit of a poor attack, if I'm honest. They didn't really notice the weak points of the defense, and they kind of got baited in by the limited of a vertical roam into doing a vertical push, and it meant there was no one really holding when they went for the execute, and there was also not much advantage taken of the vertical clear. They didn't then push in a certain way that would give them advantage of the vertical clear. They just funneled down the stairs in the last 20 seconds. So hopefully we'll see a better round from this round.
Hopefully. Ignite are going to start to pressure in from above. It's going to be the drone to go in first with Ash soon to follow. That is Mitchell. Not too much presence up here apart from I think that somebody in the top right there. Can't quite catch a glimpse of them, but they could possibly be a problem on those white stairs. As long as they be patient and stay there for a while, they could definitely capitalize onto something here.
Yeah, a good awareness from on-site on the previous round to notice that Ignite took a while to clear out, and they've decided to kind of play a bit more passively, play a bit more backwards, have utility supporting them to waste time to then hold it down. That Goyo shield pretty poorly placed on Pixel. There was no one contesting it, so it's kind of one of those things where it's like a free shield game. It obviously did waste an Ash charge for later on in the round, and Ash did get taken out, but unfortunately we missed that. But it was just a bit of a wasteful placement. 2 players still remain on the top floor with a minute and 20 seconds left.
Oh,
Not
I
really.
think that might have been a team kill. Yes, it was. But of course, he will take out a member of the enemy team as well. That man being Max C. There with the little diamond charm. He's now going to play vertically, and he does just manage to catch off Sedox, who just wasn't watching his above. And I mean, I don't blame him. I have been, but I don't know. Maybe their callouts just didn't quite come through.
Yeah, that's the problem with making vertical holes to defend the freezer and watch doors from freezer below. Later on in the round, if you get sloppy, you forget about the communications, you forget about the own holes that you've made in the floor, then they can be used against you, and that is something that has just happened to on-site, and it has meant Ignite can take top floor control. They have 20 seconds left, though. Remember the last time, the late execute really messed them up, and the smoke will finish off the Nomad. 2 smokes in his pocket. He's just going to continue to smoke out the default plant. Sophia's pretty low. She's the one covering. Ace has got a lot of health, so he could probably go for the plant. Newt has managed to hide in the spot, though. He'll get 1. He'll get the second. Beautiful play from on-site to finish off the round and take reading and mining. Reading and fireplace. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, it was. I want to say something similar, but not quite. I think on site on that one definitely upped their game on the Roma side of things, because instead of the attackers starting to push in at 1 minute 30 as it was on the first round, they definitely started to push in, or even like just begin to come onto the same floor as them in under a minute left of the round. So definitely, so that was definitely the result of Roma focus there from on site, and it worked out well for them. So we might see something similar from them again. Also, I think you might have some delay on your stream.
Yeah, I probably do. It froze there for a little second, but I can deal with the delay. As I spoke about before, a very utility-heavy map, and we're kind of going to see that with the Maestro camera, Goyo shield and freezer. A lot of utility present that the attackers are going to have to clear out, and while they may clear out early, Ignite were pretty effective at clearing out the roam and doing the jobs they needed to do. It's what they really struggled with was the execute. So they've got to make sure this round they're more effective at dealing with the different issues of the round and better at communicating for the execute, because that is something they really lacked in the previous 2 rounds.
Yeah, when the team picks a site like Bar, it usually does kind of become a MOBA, aka a very utility game, especially if both teams want to play this as passively as possible. They'll bring out all the utility on both attack and defense, and I think this is what we're kind of seeing here. And they do have an IQ so that they can identify all of the utility from the defense easier. But as long as the IQ stays on the board, I think Ignite could be onto something here, but Envy is just gonna deny the Nomad there, so that's flank watch gone yet again for Ignite, so they'll have to be using more of that drone and kind at the expense of some of their drone economy to watch that flank, but Orbit will get taken out as well. So 1-for-1, equal 4v4. Envy though is now going to start to get pushed as he'll retreat back into that white stairs area, and Ignite seem to have taken control of Cigar. So that's one room down, and it's just Sight left to take control over Plant and win the round.
Yeah, quite a smart utility placement from on site, however. That mute jammer at the start of the round on the drone hole and one on the inside left of the wall did cause Ignite quite a few issues, but it's not going to. The shield in Freezer is not going to be a big issue, as Ignite will now clear that out and open the wall onto Cigar. I wonder if they're going to go for an execute here. They're setting up around the piano side. There is still one player, Smoke, on bathroom side. Doesn't look like
they're very clear to execute, and that's what they're doing now. Maxi is going to go in for the plant, Cryptic with a frag, a kill, and it's all down to the likes of Aslan and Sedox. Or Sados, I'm not sure how you pronounce that. I'm gonna go with Silox. 30 seconds left on the plants. 4 members of Ignite still on the board. Seems like Aslan is just checking all those corners, but he's not even gonna manage to reload his entire mag. It's gonna be Cryptic picking up the frag after him. Ignite take their first round, and maybe they could go on to win a few more.
Yeah, a lot better of an execute this time. They had IQ pushing deep to contest the Maestro, and they timed it well with the plan. I'm not really sure what on site we're doing. Kind of a bit of a loss on their part on that one. They kind of fell apart on the fact that they didn't really hold each other's crosses, didn't even support each other on the angles, but sometimes you lose, that's just the way it is. But a very good pickup of the round from Ignite and a good reading of the situation. We're now going to turn to kitchen service. How do you think this one's going to go this time?
This one, I think Ignite have definitely learned their lesson from last time. I mean, that of course depends. Well, I mean, they definitely have, but it depends if they'll have to use. I'm sorry, I didn't really know where I was going with that one.
Yeah, it's all good. Sometimes you just can't find the words. It's okay. What I really like about this defense is the fact that Cade 6-pick from Agoyo, so he's kind of baiting out the suggestion that they might re-go Cigar because that was their lineup before of that operator lineup, and they've obviously not. They've gone downstairs with a Cade, so sort of suggesting to Ignite that they're going to go top floor to try and shift utility around. Obviously, we didn't see a shift in utility because they've got every operator they need on the board. But hopefully this time we'll see a different push from Ignite. Hopefully they'll be able to spot the weaknesses of the defense. They weren't able to do that last time because of the fact they just didn't really drone out the weak spots of the floor. They kind of just went to the top floor and did a roam clear. I think we might see that again.
Yeah, I think we're gonna go for. I think Ignite are going for full building roam clear, it seems like, since they're attacking from the very top and on site are defending from the very bottom. So this is what it looks like it's gonna be. And of course, on site do indeed have those roamers. The question is, will on site be able to fend off the attackers enough for them to gain a victory, or will Ignite manage to catch the roamers off guard and maybe try and focus all their attention on one and start to pick them off like that one by one?
Yeah, it's quite unusual to see, I'd just like to pick up on this point, the 552 Commando in action with the change of the new Hollow, the Mozzie Hollow that she has now got. She is not as popular as before, and you tend to see her with a G8. It's not something you really need because Echo is not as formidable as he was before, but can be an addition, especially since Valkyrie's on the board, particularly helpful. We're going to see how Ignite managed to do it effectively. Obviously, last time we talked about how effective their vertical clear was. They managed to get vertical control. They managed to do the soft destruction of the vertical. The only thing they didn't manage to do was get onto the bottom floor successfully. They kind of just ran down at the end of the stairs, and this time, hopefully what we'll see is a more effective clear out of the bottom floor. They finished their vertical about now. You've cleared out the major positions in sight. Now let's see a horizontal push. Now let's see a point in which you want to push and take the site, which we didn't see before. And it looks like that point might be freezer site. So an east to west clear downstairs. Talked in the past how effective east to west clears will be. But in the way is the smoke on the shield again, with Valkyrie covering the brown stairs with a nice angle here. 37 seconds left.
Yeah, that was a lot of utility thrown right there. That's going to be the ace getting the first frag in favor of Ignite. And Onsite are looking to be in a little bit of an unstable situation. But Ignite aren't completely on site yet, so that's good. But look at the clock. That is getting, but that time gap is getting narrower and narrower. Ignite picking up yet another frag, courtesy of Cryptic on the IQ, as Maxi is now going to start to push. He's going to start to plant. 3 seconds left. It won't matter because he'll probably get that down. Sedox is left. He's going to take care of that vertical hold, and then we could possibly do something here. But my stream is frozen, and you're going to have to carry on.
A lovely kill by Cade there to pick off Ike on the angle, but unfortunately it doesn't look like enough. He's got a 1v4 situation left and Nomad will finish him off. So an okay hold by Onsite. It's just they didn't manage to hold it on in the end. Last time the pivotal hold was the shield in VIP on the smoke, but this time Ace just managed to kill him, which meant the execute was a lot easier. It felt like a lot of the on-site players just died towards the end, but sometimes that is what it is. And a pretty good round on the side of Ignite to win a downstairs defense. On-site will be returning to kitchen service.
Yeah, I mean, so far so good for Ignite. I mean, you know, just recently getting into the league and doing pretty decently against the #1 in the league right now. So good for them. We will see Kaid get 6th pick onto the Mozzie, and this time Ignite won't bring the IQ, but rather a sledge to help out with the vertical hold. However, on site are they playing again? Not quite sure.
They're going for a kitchen service defense once again. So as the previous round,
it is a kitchen hold. All right, so yeah, I'd say the sledge pick was smart, and also on site didn't bring the Valkyrie this time around, so it basically they played right into Ignite's plan of attack, so to speak.
I mean,
So
the
therefore
Valkyrie intel on the previous round wasn't that successful since it was more of a late round execute. So I think what On-Site have decided to go for here is, why not, since they take a long time, we bring some drone denial to limit their late round execute. And then, you know, hopefully we can hold it down for a little bit longer enough to deny the plan. Last time, there was a limited, there was 10 seconds left and Ace went into defuse, but sadly, just all the on-site players died, so it wasn't quite effective. Looks like this time, though, Ignite will be switching things up. We might see a bakery attack that we finally wanted, and it might be a rush. If you notice the players surrounding on-site, they're not particularly holding bakery aggressively, and this has just allowed Ignite to get in there aggressively, which is a great read from them, a very smart read, and could mean we could see an early execute here and leave it in a 5v5 post plant, which could be very interesting to watch.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of drone work going on right now just to give the intel before the actual push takes place. Because if you rush in with no intel, then you're basically screwed, right? So that's what they're doing right now. Of course, as a result that they're not going to play vertically, this is why they are doing this very effective, might I add, drone clear, because not a lot have been destroyed up until quite late in the drone's usage. Cryptic is just going to fire a few grenades just before he dies because taking notice of his health. He's literally on 1% of health, but that won't matter because Sedox and Orbit will pick up 2 of their own kills for Ignite. Sorry, on-site. Sedox picking up another one for himself, and that's 3 already off the board. The rush is going sideways already. That's going to be Mitchell to get 1 frag, but it might not be enough as Orbit are going to take a bit of a passive approach now that they've taken out most of Ignite's roster on site. It's roster. That's going to be Nomad looking the wrong way and Orbit catching up off guard. All be down to Mitchell, the Ash, trying to make something of this 1v3 situation. He has not got a lot of time on the board, so this may very well be against him. Is it the odds, but...
A good attempt on the side of Ignite, I believe. It was quite a fast and effective clear, but what really they struggled with was this time they struggled with the vertical hold. Mozzie and Smoke went upstairs early to make holes in the floor to prevent the jump in from breach for a plant, and also red holes. It's a little unusual to see just red holes without a bakery hole, but it's quite a smart play on the side of onsite just to be able to hold walk-in and prep from red and walk-in in order to deny the plant, and it was successful in the end, enabling and shutting down the push. There's a lot more Ignite could have done. They had plenty of time to set up a push. They had plenty of time to work with. They literally had taken Bakery within 30, 40 seconds of the round, and they had 2 minutes left, yet they didn't enable the opportunity to then use the time they had to prepare and plan out and execute. And instead, they kind of rushed into things and unfortunately got picked off and lost the round. 3-2.
Yeah.
Due
to there being the expense of the roam clear, as you might have noticed, there wasn't really too much roam clear in that situation. Therefore, Ignite kind of sort of a two-dimensional rush, if you will, and it was clear that onsite realized this. There was nobody coming after the roamers, so they made that they put that situation in their advantage and went upstairs and started to pick off those few extra players to give onsite the win.
The same hold as onsite on before for this cocktail defense. They're going to do an extended shield hold, obviously placing a lot of utility around Cigar. This previously didn't work because of a very effective execute on Insight and some good picks at the start. So hopefully this time onsite will play it a little more passively, a little less aggressively, and hold out to the later round, making it a lot harder for Insight.
Oh, that's going to be a C4 dashed out all the way from, it looked like, yeah, I think that was indeed red stairs. He is going to get picked up, though, but of course he'll lose a lot of that health due to him being down. So, onsite technically have a bit of an advantage going into this, per se, but of course they still have all 5 players on the board, so nothing is final yet. However, they will start to make some moves onto Cigar, or at least prepare to make some moves.
While it doesn't seem a huge impact, having a competitive level, players will pick away at your HP over time. And having a low HP at the start of the round, especially as a hard breach, especially as someone who is got the diffuser, and I assume was going to be the main planter on the side of Ignite, this could prove a very difficult problem for them later round. And with operators like Smoke and Goyo on the board, picking away at health over time, it could be a huge problem for this ace. But it doesn't look like it's going to be a massive problem because he gets the kill, the first kill and the second kill onto Goyo and Jaeger again. The defender's kind of playing aggressively here. I know Goyo just got burnt out in front of him, but Jaeger continually peeking the shield kind of cost his own life there in an unnecessary way. Lucy will get the refrag.
As the attack continue to push. Maxi still not taking a lot of damage. He's still on that 20 HP as he was near the start of the round, but there is a mute down there. He has no C4, so there's no real plant denial that will go down, but he is holding above this vertical hole here, which could work to his advantage if the attackers aren't careful. The smokes now are going to come in due to the lack of time for the attack. Of course, it's playing even more into the advantage of the defense, and speaking of, that's going to be a quick triple kill sweep from on-site, and they're going to take their 4th round of the game, leading into the roll swap.
A beautiful use on the holes previously made from mute there to deny the late round of plan. They obviously knew that Ignite did not have much time left, and they'll be going to this split. It's kind of a standard 4-2. Defense is obviously a more easy, it is an easier side since it requires the attackers to be the more adaptable ones, but the 4-2 is not too bad for the attack. It's setting them up in an okay position. If they can produce a similar result on defense, or maybe an additional round on defense, they've obviously got the win, but we can say the same about on-site for their attack now. What they can do is they can kind of play more aggressively, try and take a round early, and that could really put off the defenders as they try and claw it back, because they obviously now are 2 rounds down.
There was also some interesting mind games, I suppose. It were from Ignite and Onsite. Of course, this ties into the 6th picks that were brought out. It seemed like Onsite were trying to trick Ignite into going for more of an abstract take, but then 6 picking to the meta operator, but Ignite kind of doing the opposite here. So it's possible that Onsite might get fooled this round, seeing as they have an Oryx. Of course, Oryx can jump in between hatches, and they are on the top floor, which coincidentally has hatches. So he can rotate very quickly and probably take the attacking on-site players by surprise.
Yeah, an interesting adaptation on the side of Ignite. Normally, the way you kind of hold the top floor is deny the cigar push, delay the cigar push, so they have a late round execute. Ignite have not really gone for a shield utility meta on the cigar side to waste and deny time, kind of causing problems for on-site to clear out before they can go for an execute. They've gone for more of a C4 hold. Right, and that's kind of using your C4s to get early picks or picks throughout the round to delay the push onto Cigar and delay the amount of control. They've obviously tied this in with an Oryx. I'm not sure what the Oryx pick is quite about. There is some hatches that you can jump up, but it's very difficult to jump up a hatch when there's 5 attackers in the same room as you. But hopefully we will see the C4s go off. Mozzie will check out his C4 early.
If I'm being honest, I think the Oryx will play a big part in the late game, since, as you said earlier on in the round, there will usually be a very large attacker presence near the hatches where Oryx would be jumping through. So my guess is that those hatches are for the late game. But that's going to be Cryptic from below, it seems like, taking out the likes of Sedox. That's the Zofia gone, so that's some utility out of the way as well. Zydros, however, will follow up with the kill of his own Orbit, and Sammy actually are gonna even it out, so that's gonna be the late game Oryx plan out of the question, and now it's just down to the gunfights and the little events that will happen in between. Cryptic getting one on to Orbit, leaving Onsite at a man disadvantage. Zydros to extend that disadvantage, leaving Sammy all by himself. But Cryptic will shock him down to give his team the win. Ignite 3, Onsite 4.
Yeah, and a nice little crossfire set up by Ignite. If the IQ had walked and peeked the Mozzie, then Jaeger could have peeked him from the top of White Stairs, and obviously we saw the other scenario. So a nice little crossfire to end things up. The C4 strategy quite effective at clearing out players in Cigar and preventing the push in Cigar. But yeah, the Oryx didn't really do much. As an Oryx, you kind of expect him to be possibly roaming downstairs or maybe having some influence on a vertical hold. You're talking about a late round, so maybe he retreats off White Stairs, but he was playing quite aggressively inside bathroom, so I'm not sure how he would have retreated to be able to do that. Still, he could have just picked him for his 1.5, having, Legion recently lost it.
Yeah, I mean, pro strats are a mystery. All we can do as casters is speculate.
I mean, they're not necessarily a mystery. They just require an understanding of someone who understands the pro strats. They're not necessarily pro strategies. Oryx is just simply a questionable strategy.
Yeah, no, that was... You put it better there, yeah.
A small roam is typical for the reading site. What are your thoughts on this roam here?
No, I think it's suitable. Not too much effort on the roam would... I mean, yeah, it fits. I mean, you do usually need more players on site than on the roam for this kind of middle site. Of course, it's good to have... I mean, either way would have fit, but I think I'd say the small room presence fits Ignite's playstyle a little better.
Yeah, and the alibi brought out is a very unusual pick. It would be good to see if you could just go Mr. Observer to the alibi locations to kind of see how Ignite had managed to set it up in a certain way.
Almost giving the attackers a false sense of a larger roam presence than there actually is. Again, playing into those mind games again, which Alibi is really good at. And if a team knows how to place those decoys down, then they could play a big part once the enemy's intel gets cut one by one.
Yeah, good positioning from Ibilly. I'm not quite sure which attacker it is there, but they've managed to sneak up on along the bar, and now they have control of the cocktail. So they now have upstairs presence. Looking on the side of Ignite, they have a number of C4s, and they'll use that to take some damage away from the attackers for the late round. They don't have a smoke, so that's not going to be a hugely impactful, but it's obviously going to make the round easier for them. Finding a pick from these C4s could be helpful. They have 3 C4s left, so hopefully this will enable them to find something. Unfortunately, that's one of the C4s taken off the board with Valkyrie. She's managed to put her cams down, so there's still plenty of intel she can relay to the other 2 C4 players.
For the vertical play, actually, coming from the likes of Onsite, but they are actually now on the same level. Envy, they're gonna get a kill onto Max C, lowering Ignite's man count even further this time around. They will look to start to push. Look at that time; it's getting time gap getting very, very small. As Orbit will now look for the plant, it's just gonna leave the single alibi alone. In the post-plant situation, 1v4, he will pick 1. Whereas before it was a 1v5, now it is a 1v4, but he won't find 4 other members of Onsite. And speaking of Onsite, they win the round 2 away from match point. So Ignite are definitely going to have to pick up their game if they want to have a good chance of winning.
Yeah, quite a good clear from the side of Onsite that round. very effective at clearing the top floor with a lot of time. Good droning work from them. And a nice little execute on at the end to pick off individual players and finish off the round.
So we'll be going back to kitchen service for the first time. Sorry, for the third time. First time for Ignite, I believe. Am I correct when I say that?
Yeah, I believe it is the first time.
Yeah, it is the first time. Ignite definitely are prepping for this site a lot differently than on site. We're seeing a few abstract picks, more noticeably the bandits, which would usually get put away for the Kaid instead. But this time around they're gonna go for the bandit. Maybe they're gonna look to bandit trick, but of course there is the secondary soft hard breach, almost as I like to call it, that is the Maverick. So he could cause some trouble for the bandit that might try and trick. Of course, tricking with Kaid isn't preferably comfortable due to the amount of time that it takes for his gadget to actually fully deploy and electrify the structure that he wants to electrify. But Envy and the rest of Onsite are going in for a very speedy take on to Bakery. That will get taken, as IQ will just sit outside to try and clear that long red carpet.
Yeah, inside, not with the same angles open as on site. They don't have the red angle to support the plant. They don't really have a way of holding down the site if they lose. They lose kind of the bakery kitchen side here. They do have a number of C4s on the. They had 5 C4s on the board, and they do have a number of drone denial, but I'm not sure how effective that is going to be because of the fact that there's not many crossfires set up. They have lost one player each at this point, and there's no Jaeger on the board, so this means Onsite can move freely within the site, but there are still a number of players. They seem to be aware of this position from Mute. They'll use the concussion to confirm his position, and a lovely shot on the C4 by Aslan to save his own life. They continue droning, so the drone denial not been that effective on the side of the defense, and Aslan will finally get the pick onto the Mute playing inside kitchen.
Yeah, just like inside, Onsite are going with no room click here because, I mean, really, they don't necessarily need to. But however, Ignite are going to make some sort of verticality there, so as to thwart Onsite with any potential push they may decide to take. But that's going to be orbit planting. It doesn't seem like the Mozzie above will catch hold of that. So now we head into the post-plant situation. That Mozzie has actually been taken out. Never mind. My bad. That's going to be a quick double kill from the likes of Sammy and Orbit on site, on match, which takes Onsite to match point.
Yeah, Ignite in interesting adaptation of the defense once again. Like, it's obviously new stuff to see because we haven't seen this team play before. So everything we are seeing is new and an interesting way of trying to hold it. But Onsite proving why they are the #1 team at the moment. 6-3 up, that's a beautiful clear from them for Bakery, managing to make it work, unlike the Ignite players, despite the same sort of vertical presence before. So some good work on the side of Onsite. And now we're on match point for them as we return to Bar Cocktail with the same strategy.
Yeah, of course, last time it didn't work out for them.
What is your thoughts on 6 picking an Intel heavy operator? Or to be fair, they have the Valkyrie for an Oryx, something that is not particularly useful. Maestro, something that could deny the plan, which I believe was the issue before. This time, what are your thoughts on the Oryx pick from Maestro?
Well, so of course you've got your main default cameras, but they're obviously going to get taken out very quick due to just players who play competitively just know instantly where those default cameras are going to be. So you're going to need some external cameras. So right now they've got the bulletproof camera of Jaeger and the 3 cameras of Valkyrie. Now, when put in the right spots, they can provide a hell of a lot of intel, especially if the on-site won't know, especially if the attackers don't know where those cameras are, which they do have an IQ, so those cameras might get thwarted. Now, bear in mind, the bulletproof camera and sorry, just the bulletproof camera won't be able to get taken out so easily. However, the Valkyrie cameras will. So, I'd say going for the Maestro wouldn't necessarily be the going for the Maestro would be the way to go, just because it's one of those cameras that is very hard to destroy. But as I went on with my analysis, so to speak, that's going to be 3 people off the board: the Oryx, the Doc, and the Ash. On site having the man advantage on this one. It seems like a win for them, but oh, that's gonna be some flank watch happening there. Cryptic thought he could sneak up, but he's just gonna attempt to be shut down, but he's going to get away with his life as Onsite start to make their way through Cigar Shop. No cigar balcony push. Or present, sorry, as Sammy and Mitchell get 2 frags of their own. That's going to be Zofia down. Of course, she lost her withstand, so she can't pick herself up, but she will get picked up by the likes of Orbit. Cryptic will be the last man standing. Orbit will go for the plant, but they won't need to. Sedox cleans it all up with the kill onto Cryptic, and that's gonna be On-Site being your winners for today and still maintaining that number 1 spot on the leaderboard. GG's to them. They definitely deserve.
Yeah, a good game and certainly well played on the side of Onsite. I didn't actually notice the 92,000 cameras they had on their lineup there. It's a very strange thing to do, but Onsite will win it out, and that is the end of that game. I'm not sure what we are going to now. What were your thoughts on that game? Oh, okay, that is the last game of tonight. So, what were your thoughts on that game?
Well, I thought it was a pretty nice closer for a game. Ignite putting up a bit of a fight against the leaders of the league, but eventually they just started to lose their footing overall and kind of threw it away. Not necessarily threw it away, but they kind of, yeah, like I said, they just lost. It was just a lack of focus in the end there, and it just gave On-Site the win. Well, if we just take a look at Ignite's performance there, I think they come into this league with some potential. Now, of course, the victory for On-Site wasn't as close as maybe some Ignite fans would like it to be. But from what we've seen from Ignite, I'd say it's good. It's got some promise. That roster.
Yeah, it was an interesting way of playing for Ignite. Personally, I wasn't quite sure about the way and the kind of meta and sort of play style they are going for, but we're yet to see much from them. So hopefully more from them in the future.
Of course, the meta is constantly changing, and of course, we are still finding it due to the recent changes in the game itself. So
I think that's it from us. Is it?
yep. So that will be it from us. I was your caster for today, Goodal, along with Olo. And any closing statements? Just
Bye.
before? That's it? All right.
That's all I have to
Well,
say.
Yep, that'll be it from us. Thank you very much for watching, and we wish you all a good night.
Say what's on my mind, I will not pander to the climate of the deaf, dumb and blind. Never dumbing down my bars, only realness in the lines. You will only hear the honesty and passion in my rhymes. I'm staying connected, cause I perfected my art form. This show I directed, calm and collected, rated, respected, stayed on course and never deflected. Flow like electric, I'm gonna set this off, no apology. I move metric, yeah man, I'm still moving imperial. My techers are moving hectic.
the night. The city lights are dancing, slowly falling apart. The shadows causing an outbreak. I'm wishing upon a star. This time I'm feeling stronger, and I know I can do better. The shadows causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak. I'm turning the lights on. Open your eyes and see the people chanting, slowly falling apart. The silence causing an earthquake. I'm wishing upon a star. This time I'm feeling higher, and I know I can be taller. Shadows causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak. I'm turning the light. We're gonna light it up, oh, light it up, ooh, light it up, causing an outbreak. I'm turning the lights on.
Whatever happened to the happiness? Do what you want to get it back for us. You take your time, then let me know if you wanna stay or if you wanna go. I know you have difficulty knowing me, but you don't have difficulty showing me that we just need to get away. I'll take you on a wild adventure if you want to go. We're locked in place and sing together. Please just let me know. Won't you synchronize with me? You can be my everything, my everything. You can be my everything, my everything. Won't you synchronize with me? You can be my everything, my everything. You can be my everything, my everything. We haven't got unlimited time, sun is out and you get to your prime. We're falling for love, we're falling for lust, we're falling through everything. You see that summer's getting closer. We don't feel like we are getting older. So show me what you have to bring. I'll take you on the wild adventure if you want to go. We're locked in place and sing together. Please just let me know. Won't you synchronize with me? You can be my everything, my everything. You can be my everything, my everything. Won't you synchronize with me? You can be my everything, my everything. You can be my everything, my everything.
can take your time. You can choose your words. Let me down real easy. Let me down real easy. Well, I'm doing just fine. Because I caught your eyes. You say that it's you, not me. Baby, now that I am free, I want my lips back, my time back, my words like when I said my love back, my life back, my heart, the one that you knew could break, the one that broke with your confidence. With your confidence.
eternal state of mind. Children of the night, but it's the only way of life. These black holes pulling me inside of this black heart, the black soul underneath this black sky. Baby, you should come with me. I'll take you to the dark side. Me and you and me, do bad things in the nighttime. Baby, you should come with me, and we can kill a light. It's the light for the blackout, blackout. It's the light for the blackout, blackout. Blackbird, black moon, black sky. trying to just get by, but I can't hide what's I told you nothing to say.